Right, and we should be back. I think. Yes. Good. Right, when last we left off, this mess.
Last week. This. You
Right,
did this.
So, shall we head over to Bryn Shanda and see about getting you paid for this bounty and then, head on back to Luskan?
I mean,
Sure.
outside of you knowing where this supposed mystery hot spring is, yeah.
He already said he doesn't know.
I know, but I'm holding out hope. Let a
Right.
man dream, soul. Let a man dream.
You'll find it
Yes.
eventually.
Some sort of trick to it, but I'm not privy to it.
Maybe the trick is not wanting to find it.
Don't say that. Oh, that would be the worst.
You'll only find it when you stop looking for it. There you go.
Aren't there like hot springs elsewhere you can go to, maybe? That aren't in the middle of fucking ice?
We
The
just
ones in
heat
the
it back
snow-
up too.
It's the snow that makes it better.
Find someone that
That
can
makes
cast
no
Ice
sense.
Storm on the hot spring, and then you'll have the same thing.
Just the
How did I do
slow
that?
realization that would work, and the slow turn towards soul.
I don't have that.
Togo's got an ice storm.
Togo's got sleet storm.
He's got sleet storm.
Well, Ice Storm. Chandrick opens his book, leaves through it. Rummages through his pack. Here you go, hands you a scroll. One of my
It's enabling
specialties.
It's just enabling him.
Amazing.
I
Okay,
like
can we
you
go
even
now?
more. Now, soul, about that hot spring. Oh, maybe we could put one on the boat. Like a sauna. I hear.
To do that,
Yeah.
I need, permission to add the interdimensional space on the boat, which I'm working on. But first of all, I need the power source working. I need to get the bitch to fly. I need to get it to go underwater.
Owen.
And then work on
Owen.
it- Yeah. Yeah.
You called it both a
Ixnay
bit.
on the hour pay. Ixnay on the hour pay.
I
In
don't
his head.
know.
Shut up about the power source in front of the random wizard man who's seeking power. Yeah. Secrets. We're working on them. Come on, buddy.
Well,
You heard nothing.
shall we go then?
Phil just shrugs. Yes, please.
It's gonna be a bit of a walk.
Oh yeah, let's see. You are about here-ish.
Yep.
How will you go about getting back to Bryn Shanda?
I guess on foot, unless... Wait, no, don't we have a boat waiting? The
Yeah,
guy's
you
waiting in a
have-
boat at Lonelywood.
You've got two fishermen
Lonelywood.
waiting for you in Lonelywood. Could
Is he
take you
gonna
to
be able
Targos.
Is he bringing, Shipbrick and his assistant?
No, they're staying here.
Oh, they're staying here? Alright,
They-
cool.
they can-
Yeah.
Then it should be
They-
fine.
They can handle their
They
own
had-
business.
They had stuff to do.
Okay, yeah, let's take the boat, save us having to deal with... Unless, do we want to go near Tourmaline? Or do we have a reason to go near Tourmaline?
No.
Well,
don't think
unless
so.
you
Then fuck it, let's-
you're interested in mining, I don't see a reason why you would want to go there.
Not really my bag, baby. I guess... just shortcut it to Targos then.
Gotta resurrect some drug corpses.
Eh?
What? What? Sorry.
I
Weird
heard a
sensation.
strange orc voice in the winds.
Indeed. He's
Weird.
around here somewhere.
But is he though?
Yeah, we heard about him last session.
Oh shit, we did too.
Well, either way,
Anywho, we're going.
shall
How do
we?
you like fishing? How much do you like fishing?
Fishing. I'm not particularly fond of it.
Well then, you don't have to worry too much about it. That's what. But we have fishermen who are going to take us back across the lake.
Well, that is at least more convenient than walking.
Yeah, that was the idea. Because someone mentioned Remoras in this region, and I'm not a fan of the idea at the moment. Really not. Being a big pile of meat floating through the middle of the water while there's a dragon in the vicinity, also not a great idea. But I'm sure it's fine. There's fishermen out there all the time. I'm sure they don't worry too much. Right.
Well, so you make your way back to Lonelywood. It doesn't take you super long, just back out to the road and then along to here. The fishermen. I'm surprised that you returned quite that quickly. They were expecting you to, like, take a bit longer to exterminate the bandit camp. Are you already done then?
Oh, here's your
Find
job.
the bastards.
Yep.
Yeah, he's right here.
Oh, that's the wizard.
Just blinks.
You can introduce
We killed the
yourself as
bandits.
just fisherman. Yeah, they're introduced.
Is it just...
Did
We
anyone
need to
get
get
yours?
to. Well, I've got the ears. We just need to get back to Bridgeshanda. So, you boys mind dropping yourself at Targos?
Oh, no problem. You gonna go anywhere else after that, or are we done after that? Because,
You sure
I think-
we're done?
I think we're done after that.
Hmm.
very good.
If not, we know where to find you.
Sure. Well, so you get back on the boats, and back across the lake you go.
That's all.
You get to about here, and nothing happens. Then you're at Targos.
Okay. Needhog, where are you, my
To fake you
boy?
out one last time.
Just a big one last time. Next time it'll be for realsies.
Hmm.
You say goodbye to the fishermen, and then you take the short walk back over to Bryn Shanda. Jendrik leads you to a house. This is the residence of my good friend Gant. I'll see about getting you paid. Goes in, knocks on a door. Some sort of scribe comes out. A short discussion follows. Brings out a ledger to sign. He signs it. Signs it again. Scribe goes back in, hands him a bag. Right, here you go then. Your payment. Hands you a bag.
Thank you. Do they want the ear? Or do I just feed this to the pigs or something?
You've got the ears, yep.
Uh,
You just...
Yeah.
How do you hand them the ears?
As you'd expect him to. As a pile of ears.
Just fistfuls of ears?
Yep.
He just conjures a little mage hand and just one by one just carries them over to the stoop of the entryway and just puts them on there. There. Ugh.
You could have just asked. I would have put them over there for you.
Well, is your business here done?
I mean, we found you, which was 90% of the reason we came here.
Good.
So, refresh my memory. Are we forgetting anything overly important?
No, Mark? Don't think so.
Well, excellent. If you'll follow me.
Okay.
He leads you into a room with 4 adamantine spikes driven into the floor. Right, get around, hold hands.
Paul is very excited.
Okay.
And he begins chanting a spell.
So, what is he doing?
Joel is actively focusing on listening to him cast the spell, and whoever she's holding hands with, she's just sort of shaking their hands, like swinging their hands back and forth. Very excited. She's completely ignoring you.
Child at the playground.
Oh, yep. Basically, she's focusing on the game right now.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, let's see here. Oh
You'll
dear,
take
I'll have to
60,
roll.
10 fire damage.
Dear. Oh dear.
Here comes the fun part where he drops us off in the middle of the ocean.
There is a chance for mishaps, so I gotta roll.
Yep.
I need another
Come on,
D8.
buddy.
Hang on.
Oh no.
I keep drawing. There it is.
It's the
85,
worst possible
you're
place
fine.
he could drop us off between Brinchanda and Neverwinter.
Well,
Oh, there's one place that comes to mind.
yep. Suddenly you feel completely weightless, and you feel like you're being lifted up, and you suddenly find yourself in an office overlooking a city. You have returned to the host tower of the Arcane in Luskan. There we are then. Luskan.
What?
My office.
Wait. Did we just teleport?
Yes.
That's the plan, wasn't it?
Oh.
What else did you expect?
Honestly, I don't even know anymore. We've seen some weird shit lately. I was half expecting him to turn on us and blow us all to hell.
Oh, if I wanted to do that, I would have done that earlier, but I don't fancy going in that interesting sphere of yours.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, understandable. If there's ever a time for an ambush, it's when we're at our most trusting, which is you taking us where we want to go and then dropping us off in, I don't know, literally hell. Or, I don't know, there's probably a few other planes or something that'd be a thoroughly unpleasant place to leave us.
I don't
Specialty
fancy
is
the
specialty
layers
is
of
water.
hell all that much myself.
Why are you giving people ideas?
Because he doesn't
Anyways.
notice when to stop talking.
Do you have a way to reach Baldur's Gate?
Our ship should be docked
Oh,
here, so.
are they here or are they at Neverwinter?
No, you told them to meet us in Luskan.
Yeah, it's the closest big city.
He said the closest
It's been-
city.
It's been a couple of hours, my memory's not right.
Oh, fair enough.
Alright.
While you go look into my associate, Dret, the old-fashioned way, I'll try and magic my way into her office and see if I can turn anything up.
Try not to do anything that might draw unnecessary attention from...
Ah, yes. Worry over much.
Yeah, just a bit.
He
'Cause,
does.
you know-
It's his the second duty of his job, basically, is to worry.
Ah,
Yeah, very
that
much.
explains some things.
If you find anything out, would you be able to let us know?
Well, I can send a message. Shouldn't be an issue.
Nice. I don't know. We'd have to probably send it by letter or owl or something. I don't know. Sorry or Raven. I don't know.
I'm sure
We'll
you'll
figure something out.
figure something out, right?
Hmm.
In the off chance that we can't get into communication with you, do you have a house or something here that we can leave a message at, apart from this place, obviously?
There's my office here. Luskin is a bit of a rough place to leave a reliable message.
Oh, fuck.
Yes?
I just had a realization, and Sol, can I speak to you over here for 1 second?
Okay.
Just shimmies her over to a corner. Were we supposed to meet a group of individuals to come after this guy while we were going north? You know?
Not necessarily meet, but inform a group of individuals who were looking for him.
Yeah,
Yes.
how the hell do we tell them that the target has been shifted?
Well,
How the hell do we...
that shouldn't be
Where was-
difficult. We just put it in a message to them.
How?
That we have. Well, how were we going to do it before?
I don't remember. It feels like it's been months.
We can worry about that when we get outside the tower, please.
Alright. I'm just saying I'd rather not have them
Shut
suddenly show up.
your face. Keep your words on the inside now.
I always enjoy this.
Fine. Alright.
Will just looks at Jendrik and just pats Crackjaw on the shoulder. I'm trying to teach him.
Yep. I see you have your hands full.
Ugh.
Mm,
You can have it, sir.
either way, he turns to his like ledgers and books and piles of scrolls and bookshelves. Oh, I'll need knock definitely, find traps, pass without trace. Just
So,
start stacking
scrolls.
stacking things together.
This is a perfect opportunity to scrounge scrolls off him. Do you think?
I still have a spell book I have to learn out of. I'm good. It's fine. I also have a couple scroll to work too that I haven't learned yet. So it's fine.
But maybe he's got a scroll of some princess.
I doubt I'll roll that well ever again. I had my one princess. God willing, she'll come back.
Oh, she'll be back, I'm sure.
Tears
Just
through
when we
the
really do not want to see her.
tears through the veil and just shows up.
Right, pink dress and everything.
Kool-Aid Man through the wall of the plains.
Kool-Aid. The visceral image of Princess Kool-Aid Manning her way through the astral planes into this realm is just horrifying and great at the same time.
I should never have been given that power.
No, and thank God you didn't use it. At least not the campaign that's immediately affecting us.
Right.
Could you imagine just summoning her in the middle of the goddamn city? Just like, well, she's
I
here
thought
now.
about it.
Things would certainly have happened. Anyways,
Oh god. Ooh. Anyway, as you were.
he looks up from his books. You need anything else?
Paul
No.
looks around.
Well,
I
No.
think so.
best
good
be
luck on your
about
search.
it then.
Good luck on your
Yeah,
search.
yeah.
Be
Okay.
careful.
Well, so you go back out, descend the stairs, try and find a way out the tower.
Yep.
Yep. Can we flip off that guy we saw?
Which one?
That one guy who kept giving us the freaking stink eye when we came here.
No, we just saunter. The best way to do that is just saunter past like you own the place.
I can do that.
Okay.
White or yellow cloak.
Oh god, but yeah, I can take that off there. We're not back in the snow.
Oh yeah, once you leave his cool office, it becomes swelteringly warm. Well, not swelteringly. Luskin is
Unpleasant.
still quite far north.
Brisk.
Amazing. No more cold snow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we can get rid of these. In the bag.
Mervin, you don't feel
Alright.
any different. Because of course you don't.
Do I not? What?
Yep. You're still in your suit, so...
Spacesuit doesn't do temp. I thought we established that.
Oh yeah, right.
It's just breathing.
True, true.
But-
I forgot.
I'll have to take it afterwards because my suit's. I think the warm clothes are underneath the suit, so I'll have to wait till we're back on the ship.
Yep.
Alright, let's head back to the captain, unload our spoils, inform her of the change of plans.
Are we checking on friends, or am I being silent still?
How far away are we from the Brotherhood at the moment?
I'd say, like you're on the bridge out.
Okay. Now we should be mostly fine, I think. I don't think anyone's really paying a huge amount of attention to us. Yeah.
It's not
You should
like
be
we
good.
stand out.
Yeah, no, we're pretty normal. We are by far the most normal people this city has ever seen, so it should be fine. Alright, how the hell are we gonna tell the boy, the lad, the guy, that we're alternating the plan? Shit, I need to make myself obvious that I'm here. So that's one of his people. Shit, was it? What was the name of the bar we were at? What was that bar? Was it the squid, the octopus? It was something with tentacles. I don't remember something with tentacles.
There were maybe some
Why?
tentacles. There might have been some tentacles in the food.
It was One-Eyed Jack's.
Yeah, you got it.
It was One-Eyed Jack's?
Yeah,
What
had
the
nothing
hell
to
is
do
all
with
about
tentacles.
that then? I was
You're
thinking of-
so obsessed with tentacles. What the hell?
Don't question it.
That makes
I mean,
him
I don't
suspicious.
really want to know. I just think you just need to, yeah. Maybe Merwin ought to take a look at you later. Check the back of your head.
With his tentacle wand.
Oh, Jesus, no.
Ah,
No.
feel the touch of tentacles.
No. Be
Just
gone,
picture
Satan.
Merwin just gently putting the tentacles, just running it over the top of his head.
Oh. Alright. So, first up, update the captain on everything that's happened. I'm sure she'll be surprised to see us so quickly. Second, find the boy. God. Finds the notes that mentioned their name. I know them, but I don't remember them because brain go dumb, head empty. Yes, yes.
You mean the bald guy? With the funny hat?
No, the guy who didn't look like the guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there some kind of post office here?
Oh, what? A what?
You know, something to send messages.
There's the Arcane Brotherhood.
I mean, surely there must be a courier.
If
I don't know if
there is... Hmm...
Oh.
No one here is from Laskin, are they? No.
Nope.
Or would have extensive knowledge of the city either, so yeah, you've got no idea.
Yeah, like, we could just leave a note at One-Eyed Jack's. Addressed to his normal name, his, not real name.
The name he gave, I'm sure he will be happy to have been updated. And hopefully not assassinate the man we've been on agreeable terms with all of a sudden. Seems like a nice guy. A bit you have a cold shoulder on him, but otherwise nice guy.
He seemed rather chill.
Cool guy. I like him.
So, do you make your way to One-Eyed Jack's?
The captain first.
Captain first, and then
Okay. Easy enough to do.
Mm.
You find her, well, on the ship, which is docked at a familiar dock. Same berth as last time.
As we approach, I do check the waters in case we have an unfriendly follower just walking around down there.
Well, you haven't felt the chill run down your spine in a while.
Mm. Good, good. The thing is, we know he's still tracking me because this thing only captures a soul. It doesn't stop him from finding me, so he's still after us.
Yep,
Yeah.
quite possibly.
He's got broken AI. He just keeps walking in circles because he can't find his way up the boat.
he's
I think-
constantly trying to climb the ladder, but he gets halfway up and he's just stuck.
Yeah.
I think in that case he would just stand directly below the boat and stare up.
Just walk past him. Hey, bud, how you doing down there? Yeah, I know that feeling, buddy.
Occasionally in Vermintide 2, some of the bots will get stuck on ladders and they just sort of sit there and hump the ladder. I just kind of picture that. Their
Either
arms
way.
keep going, but their legs just moving.
Revenant
Yeah.
just wants RPs.
He just wants a piece. Oh,
Everyone do me a perception check, real quick.
oh God.
Yeah. Wow. My eyeball. It works. Wow, we all have functional eyeballs today.
Okay.
Woo!
Nice.
Alright, look at us being smart.
Today,
Yeah.
we have
I love
wearing
that.
our good glasses.
Yep.
We all cleaned them today. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you all see another very conspicuous ship docked. It is somewhat spiky and has large purple sails.
Huh. Nothing I've ever seen before, I assume.
Hmm. What skill would this use?
What about me? Purple sails normally means wanting to sneak around in the dead of night and not be seen.
Perhaps.
I mean,
That would explain
if
why the
it's-
hull is painted black.
Mm-hmm.
if it was something I'm trying to remember because I have witnessed it before, probably history?
Yeah, history, because there's an insignia.
What about sea vehicles or something like that?
Hmm, you've never seen anything quite like it, Mervin.
Damn it.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, Wes might have seen something like it. Roll me history.
Anything I could gather from just looking it over, capability wise?
it's a boat.
Wes is still hungover.
What perception did you roll, Mervin? 17.
17.
It sits quite low in the water. Lower than you'd think.
Hmm.
Anyways, Crackjaw, you recognize the insignia. That's, of a mercenary company. Dragon the Earth.
Oh.
Exclusively employs drow.
Oh. I see. Hmm.
But either way, you've made it successfully back to the ship. As you approach, you see a lot of the crew are still on alert. Powder Bob spots you, waves.
Howdy, boys. You all look tidy.
Well, kept the drills
Anything
going.
happen?
Didn't see
Good,
anything.
good.
All quiet.
Hmm.
Captain will want to see you.
Yeah. Aye, she.
Inner quarters.
Alright. When did they show up? Points to the other boat. How long they been floating about?
Oh, them?
Hmm.
They've been here the entire time, I think. Yeah,
Before you guys got here, huh?
aye.
Hmm. Interesting.
Ship's called the Eye Catcher, and I can see why. At least
Makes
during the
sense.
day.
It's a mercenary ship, so keep the eyes open, mate.
Will do.
Alright,
Don't let it
take out.
ram us.
Well, I
I'm
see
sure-
you've
Yeah.
spotted the reinforced prow.
Yeah.
There's a reason why it's sitting low in the water, so that when it hits us, it does more damage and makes it more likely to sink us. Nasty.
The boy knows his boat.
Roll me... An insight check, actually.
Against a boat? Oh, God.
Against the boat, yes.
Who's this?
You, Mervyn.
You, I think.
Me? Oh god, okay. No.
The boat is sentient and it has
The
a
boat
grudge
does not
against
speak
you.
to me.
It does not, no. Anyways, Captain is waiting.
Captain.
Oh, the door is closed.
Captain.
Huh? Oh. Come in.
Opens door.
Right, you're back. How did it go?
We have updates. Firstly, you'll be pleased to know we have made a good bit of money. Just starts
Oh.
piling the cash out on the table.
Oh. That is a good bit.
Yeah.
How much?
I have. Let's have a look. We have for you 1,600 gold, 257 copper, 40 platinum, and picks up the bounty reward. How much is in this?
1,400 gold.
And another 1,400 gold for the bounty we did while we were up there.
A moment. What was this again? From the
Roughly
top?
3,000 gold. 3,000 gold,
3,000 gold.
1,600 in gems,
Yep.
257 copper,
257 copper.
40 platinum,
Yep.
and did we pick up anything else while we were out there?
I think some silver was found, but I don't know how much.
I think someone else found the silver. I also don't know if they deigned to inform us that they found silver.
I didn't find shit.
Yeah, we had the bag of gems, we had the 1,600 out of 2,400.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the 3,000 out of 3,000, which I believe you'd already included.
Right. Roughly 5,000 gold. That's a pretty good take. Yeah, keep the change and push us back to copper. Right, that's a damn good haul. You did really well.
And you mentioned the 800 we took out for your stuff as well, right? Correct, Joe?
I was getting to that part. Yeah, so I've already
Mhm.
taken a small portion of the spoils to cover upgrading my armaments.
She looks up from her books finally. Oh, that is quite the equipment you've got there.
It unfortunately cost a bit of early take of my part of the loot, so I'm going to be subtracting about 1,300, 500 of my spoils goes to Merwin, and any extra up to about 800 goes back to the pot.
Right. Okay, so she starts divvying out piles. Everyone but Crackjaw and Mervyn, you take 725 gold coins. Mervyn and Crackjaw, you take 325.
Oh, nice. I still had a surplus.
Yep.
Well, do you?
Let me see if
Unless you want to pay
Numbers.
back some to Mervyn.
I need 500
I'm over my
gold.
weight limit now.
I am way over my weight limit. I'm going to be going to stash some stuff in my quarters.
Yep.
People can carry things.
Not that.
And maybe had things to drink
Not
use.
that.
Like, Wes is topless to save weight.
Makes sense.
I mean,
I'm holding, baby.
I have things on me, but it's the money that's weighing me down.
Now, we've also got this, which would probably be where some money pulls out the mask. I'm not sure how much I'm a fan of having this on board for a particularly long time, but what's on
Did
the
you-
table? This is.
Check if it was magical.
I felt we determined that it was not magical.
Yep. That is what you determined. He looks it
Yep.
over.
It's a
Traces the
fine make.
Kraken pattern on it. And where did you find this?
ice giant raiding house. Part of the bounties we did was to hunt down ice giants. Thus,
Which-
the upgrades.
Right. I
Which helped
see.
us out because Tendrix apparently had come to speak for him.
Ah. I see. Maybe a hint of what he's planning.
But I think we managed to convince the dwarves of
Ironmaster.
Ironmaster
There's a
to at
good
least speak. Lord's
With
Alliance.
the, yeah. So there's a potential ally there in the future. They're stubborn as all fuck, and words aren't my
Crackjaw.
strongest suit.
As you're speaking,
Yes.
you get interrupted in your mind.
Ah,
Right. I got through the door looking at her journals. She's looking for something called the Tome of the Deep. And the connection cuts off.
well, that's what that's like. Alright, I've just received an update. The newest target is looking for something called the Tome of the Deep.
Newest target? I thought.
Ah, yes. The original target is now a somewhat unsteady ally.
I see.
We're no longer hunting Gendrick the Blue, we are now hunting his other associate,
Ruet the Raven.
Mm-hmm. He seems to be, as far as he's been able to determine, judging by her recent behavior, is the much more likely instigator of this Luskin issue with the High Captains. As she may already be involved with the Kraken.
I see.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we figured one of the Brotherhood was involved with the Kraken, but I was still hoping
Yeah,
it
which
wasn't
is
the
why-
case. I was just hoping it would be piracy, but in that
Yeah.
case, we really
Oh,
have to
wait, no.
stop him now.
Thought we informed you that the whole reason we were going to the north was to go after Gendrick the Blue, as he was the most suspicious behavior of
Yes,
the...
but I was just hoping it would be infighting and not gestures
Ah.
vaguely towards the sea.
Yeah. Yeah, that too. Honestly, all suggestions, it's a bit of a fucking clusterfuck. Let's be honest. But hey, Merwin has some new ideas and would like to run them past you at some point for upgrades to the ship.
I got to work in an elemental. It was amazing. So many cool ideas. And then we also got to go on one of the what's the name? The steamboats.
The Juggernauts,
The Juggernauts. Oh my god! And because I did a super sneaky thing, I basically scuppered a bunch of the frost giant ships before they could go out there. I got a really in-depth tour. So many cool things.
The captain looks a little worried. Right,
Alright, Captain. I think for a while I'm gonna keep a close eye on his work. Just in case he gets...
I mean, you owe me money and I'm going to be
overly-
funding this operation. Thank you very much.
Well, that too, but I have to make sure you don't accidentally scarf the ship in your enthusiasm because you accidentally create something that blows a hole in the boat.
You really think I would blow a hole in this ship? This
By accident?
is all
Yeah.
I've got.
I know. You'd probably be more than happy to patch it immediately after, but you're also likely to build a bomb. You realize you've got basically a bomb in the hold, right?
Not so loud, the crew will hear you. They'll get nervous.
You don't think they're already nervous? We're hunting down followers of a kraken.
well, then where are we going? What's the
Baldur's
next...
Gate.
Baldur's Gate
unfortunately.
again, eh?
Yep.
It'll take us a day or two to get down there.
I'm sorry the second time we're going there. Don't want to know what happens when it hits Thor.
Yeah, the third time we get hit by
Sorry, had to.
Anyways, alright, Wes, you have the helm.
Woo.
He's still recovering from his incident.
I trust
doing
that
better.
won't affect his capabilities as a navigator. Tell the crew to make ready. We shall depart once, let's say 30 minutes have passed. If anyone is off board currently, we'll delay, but I don't think that's the case.
We may need to delay as we have to inform an additional assistance that's keeping track of this as well. That the target is no longer Gendrick, but is now Duret.
Alright.
It shouldn't take too long.
In that case, we'll just make ready to depart and we'll go once you're back.
Will do, Captain.
Well, be about it.
As you say.
Do
Starts
you
heading
need
off.
for this, or can I start just doing a little once
can-
over of the
you
ship,
can-
getting it prepared for...
I think you'd probably need some time with the boat. You look like you're about to lose your damn mind with all these ideas, and getting your ship back to ship shape in your head would be a good idea. Togo, you can come with me on this one if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, I would also stay and see what supplies we have if we need something and ready for the voyage.
Yep. Makes
On
sense.
the voyage.
Yeah, Moen does a full inspection of the ship, and then we'll probably go talk to the new Duragar hire as well, and
Oh yeah, we got a stone guard on board. Very nice.
Yep.
don't worry about it. And then, while Crapjaw's not here, use the opportunity to look at things while he's not there.
Okay.
Bastard.
Who's going and who's staying? Togo, Krapfen, and I think Wes are staying?
Oh, Togo is
Uh,
coming.
No, wait, Togo is
Okay.
going.
Hey.
Pearl's gonna stay and she's got some notes she's got to catch up on. So
Where's it staying?
Moen's staying.
Okay, Wes, Mervin, and Sol are staying, and so is Krapfen, so it's just Crackjaw and Togo going.
Dynamic too.
Okay, Krapfen, Mervin, and Sol would be heading straight down the ship. So, Wes, do me a perception check. Maybe Togo and Crackjaw too.
Perception check. Oh yeah. Again with the 17.
Yep, okay. I don't think we'll need the roll from Wes. Because, as you look out over the docks, there's a repeated, like, flashing light coming from the eye catcher. Just like someone's like pointing a mirror towards you and just flashing it back and forth.
They're inviting us, Toggle? We have
We go
been
there.
personally invited. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, we're going. That's, I didn't want to say anything at the time, but that's kind of our associate that we're looking for. I was just expecting them to not want us to be on board.
Oh, you think they're nice?
I think they're very reliable in what they do.
See.
Yeah, keep your guard up just in case. Don't bare your neck to these ones, yeah?
Oh, I usually don't.
Alright. Let's see if they're already aware of what we've been up to. And I guess we head over.
Yep, you make your way down the pier, along the shore, up the other pier. You stand before the ship, and a thin gangplank extends down towards you.
I guess I take a moment, double check
I'll
that
go
it's
in
going to
first.
support my weight. I was going to check if it supports my weight before I went up it, but yeah, sure.
Dogo easily walks up the thin gangplank, as if it's nothing.
I hesitate for a moment and just sort of like start walking off it carefully.
Yep. And you make it on board. You see a couple of drow sailors, couple of, well, what you can only call drow warriors.
Mm.
There's an open door leading to a cabin. You go in.
I give one of them a nod, just see what they do. See if they usher me in or if they tell me to wait.
Gives you a small nod in return.
Alright, that's the sign. I start walking towards the door.
And I'm follow.
It leads into a luxuriously decorated captain's cabin, and a familiar elf sits there on a small sofa. Ah, my friends, it's good to see you again. I just saw you across the way and thought I'd catch up with you. Come, sit.
Oh, well, thank you kindly.
So, how was the trip north?
A bit brisk. We've, had a couple of run-ins with giants, unfortunately. Not technically part of the plan, but, entertaining.
And a dragon.
And a dragon.
Hmm.
Old Ice Core is still running strong, unfortunately.
Aye.
Oh, to get to the brass tacks of the matter, just sits forward a bit. We've alternated the target.
It wasn't the blue then?
It's not the blue, but he is assisting with the matter.
I'll still keep an
The new
eye on him.
target
Yes?
is Dret the Raven.
Hmm. A diviner. Interesting.
Indeed. Fairly ominous, but has strong connections to the unpleasantness that's been occurring. And we
Hmm.
have a lead in Baldur's Gate. Unfortunately, not a direct lead, but hopefully one that will be.
That might be worth chasing up indeed.
Mm-mm.
I myself am following a small lead. An item has been stolen from a ship Soul Jack.
Oh. Not a tome, perhaps.
A tome indeed. A rare and valuable one. Recently recovered from a raid on a ship crewed by, I think, a necromancer was the story.
Oh. Oh,
Either
that is
way,
an interesting story.
The High Captain wants it back. That's why I shall oblige.
Hmm. That would be a very interesting, if not entertaining lead, if nothing else.
Aye, and if my theory holds true, we might meet in the middle.
Well, that would be a fortuitous series of events. Well, unfortunately, that's all the information I currently have available. But, in the next couple days, perhaps I'll have a bit more to use.
Right, right.
Albeit brief, I appreciate your hospitality.
Pleasure is all mine. Well, shall we
Oh.
be about our respective businesses?
Shouldn't we ask? Is there a way we could send a message to you if we need?
Would there be a message?
A more convenient relay in the event that we can't personally meet. Perhaps a dead drop that you're aware of that we can tend to.
Well, Ah, right. He, goes over to his desk, pulls out a drawer. No, not here. Pulls out another drawer. Ah, here. And hands you a folded piece of cloth.
Mm.
Round that up the mast, and if there's some of my people nearby, they'll come to you.
Ah, signal. Very efficient. Good. And, if I'm assuming if you ever have needs to communicate with us, you have
I have
much
my
more
ways.
efficient manners. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well,
Shall we both head to our respective boats?
indeed. Though,
And you
yours
see him, like,
is-
put on, like, a very tight jacket? That's weird.
Hmm. Well, I will disturb you no further. Dogo?
Yep, he shoulders a tank and heads down deeper into the ship. Gives you a wave.
I give him a gentle wave back. Start heading out the ship.
As you leave, you
Well,
wonder
that
what the
was-
hell that was about.
I have my suspicions. Shall we?
Yeah, let's go.
Dang it, I want.
You chose
Ah.
to stay with the ship. Oh. Back to the ship we go.
Yep. Doesn't take you long, and as soon as you're on board, the anchor gets lifted, and off you go.
Woo.
Okay, where is the marker on this map? All the way up here, eh? We're down in here. And come to think of it, I'll quickly be right back.
Oh, he's. Oh god, look how far we have to go. I forgot it's all the way down there.
It'll be fine.
Oh. Interesting. Look how close we are to the Moonshade Isles. And Minton. Oh, we could probably swing past even.
How much are the apparatus of Quadesh? Out of curiosity. How
About
much are it?
250,000 gold.
Shit.
Yeah. They're legendary for a reason. So you're not buying it off of Gearspinner.
How much to make it? Because I can make it for half price, right? That's only 125,000. Much more doable.
sure. Just have a couple of cities worth of gold on hand and you'll be fine.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's only common or uncommon, and that's the 10th level. Bollocks.
Yeah. So, I mean, it would cost less than to buy one directly, so probably only about 200,000, 225,000.
Sad.
You have expensive tastes.
But once I've got it made, I can so much. So much.
You can take the king crab underwater as if it belongs there. How weird. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a nice man. Just letting us on board his ship with no questions asked.
Indeed, and I'm back.
Are you back? Hello.
Welcome's back.
Right, so you sail south for Baldur's Gate?
Yep.
Can we convince the captain to do a mild shortcut through Mintarn?
Oh, you wanna stop off at Mintarn, eh?
Yeah,
It is on the
'cause it's
way.
kinda- It is on the way.
Well, if you want to try and do that, go and talk with the captain.
Okay. Right.
I need to smite something, hang on.
Sawdust
Oh,
just
sir.
about to say, time for nuke.
You,
Nuke.
come here. How do I do this? Fuck. You.
Valinor
here.
cast Zippy Zap.
Bam. Done.
There you go.
Thank you.
Hello, Daniel.
The one oh hello.
Okay,
The
as
one
you
time I'm not
sail
looking at the fair
past
chat.
Port Last, you go and talk to the captain. She
Mhm.
is in the map room, actually. Not her cabin.
Interesting. Yep.
Ah, correct, Joe. Come in. You see her like standing over the big map here. Circled up by Ironmasker, Svartborg is circled, Gundalen is circled. It's plus.
I take it you're keeping track of discoveries then.
I'm trying to figure this out. All the way up here and all the way down there, and she has also the Nailanther Isles circled as in its entirety. They say this is where he's hiding, but how did he?
If I may, I believe I have a potential couple of leads along the way to Baldur's Gate, if not on the way back.
Oh,
Might I suggest Mintarn?
The mercenary isles. Any
If there's
particular
ever
reason?
people that'll... My old crew is there, and if there's anyone who's good at digging up things that they shouldn't, it's the Boars. And there's been a lot of information leaking out about issues with the mercenaries coming out of Mintarn, including a few jobs that we could probably profit off of if we get in contact with them.
You do remember
But it would also
the
be nice.
the guard master at Neverwinter asking you to look into it.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like things might get a bit numerous. So I've been putting in, not as particularly well as someone affluent in talking, but been trying to build allies.
Yeah, trying to forge allegiances. Yes. I figured
And
as
I
much.
feel like the easiest allegiance, and probably the most easy to maintain, are mercenaries. Because they're loyal to one thing and one thing only.
True, but also they're only loyal to one thing. coin.
Indeed. We could probably assuage them if we give them a good enough reason.
Well, it is
If
not
it's not-
far off the course, I'd say. I mean, we could take on supplies at Mintarn anyways. We could stop over there. That'll be fine. Yes, go tell Wes that we're diverting to Mintarn.
I appreciate it, Captain.
And once we are there, try and see if our Tentrix friend has had his feelers over there as well.
I did have a job, as I said, about discerning the nature of why the mercenaries have been less than fruitful in their recent activities. So there is technically money to be made about this proposition. And I would really like to know why the mercenaries have been misbehaving so much. So I feel like Tentrix has a feeler in this. And if anyone's willing to give up information,
It is
a
possible.
couple of old friends. I'll let Wes know about the diversions.
Right. And she goes back looking over the map.
Is the Sultan just sitting in his little boat on a little shelf and a little bottle? Because I think that's where he stored his boat in the end, is
Yep.
the map room.
Probably not. Sultan's probably been kidnapped.
Yeah, he would not be in the boat, but that is where his boat is, and as far as you can tell, he might be in there, he might not be in there.
It took me a second, like, who the fuck is crazy enough to kidnap the Sultan? Oh, wait. Hang on. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah. Well, I'll give a casual salute. Head out to Wes. Mr. Breeze.
Yes. Crackdown.
We have a divergence in location. We're diverting towards Mintarn.
Mintarn? Do we have any reason why?
Captain's orders. I'm assuming that's sufficient.
Well, it means I'll do it, but I'd still like to know why.
We're hunting down leads. Mintarn's a good set. And supplies wouldn't hurt.
I mean, our stores are the minute, so. Aye, sir.
You don't have to aye me. You're technically still above me, Mr. Breeze.
Oh, I was being sarcastic.
Yep, I heard the sarcasm.
Oh.
Crackjaw
You think
didn't.
Crackjaw understands sarcasm?
Well, actually, do we? It needs to make an insight check for detecting sarcasm.
Yes, Crackjaw, do me an insight check on... Is that enough? I don't know. What would your spellcasting DC be for wisdom, Wes?
14.
Okay, so he
Just barely.
does detect the sarcasm, but it takes him a second.
Just, I don't know why you... Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Alright. I'm gonna go check on whatever the hell Merwin is doing before he terrifies the locals.
Right, Mervin. So, we about ready to do this?
I
Frame looks
feel
fine.
like, yeah, Merwin has probably gathered both Duergar friend, whose name I can't remember.
It was Griggle.
Griggle.
Good old Griggle who messed with the Lord's daughter and Ironmaster. Wait, no,
Nope.
his son.
His
His son.
Grigor the Sultan and Sol? If Sol is...
If Sol is willing, yeah.
Yeah.
So will be willing. She'll at least
Oh, God.
come and babysit, if nothing else.
Okay.
Why help when can babysit for them?
I mean, do you want your boat to blow up?
Not my boat.
You're on it.
Mervin, do you want to subtract from your budget?
What do you mean by that?
You know, I've had you rolling like thingies a while back, like inspiration and investigation and various things. There's a tally. Do you
Okay.
wish to dip into it?
I think so. Yeah, I want to get this up and running and working.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Considering everything you've learned and everything that Griggle has attempted back in Fireshear, you get the idea that binding an elemental will not entirely be necessary. You could instead use it to create like a little pinprick in the fabric and tap into
Oh,
the
no.
raw energy of a plane itself. No elemental required.
Oh, no.
You've communicated as much
Oh.
to Griggle and the Sultan, and you're hard at work reinforcing the frame to emphasize containment.
I see. It's so much worse. I love it.
This is so much worse.
Excellent.
Oh my god.
Right, this is about... I did it that way back in Fireshear, and I didn't have the containment you do now. Miss Soliana, do you think this might be enough?
Do I think it might be enough?
Give me an Arcana check.
I be assisting?
I don't think you need to.
No, I don't.
I think she's got this.
You're pretty sure that'll hold.
It should hold.
Well, shall we attempt it then? You still have the gem, right?
Yeah, I have a gem.
Which plane shall we tap? If we don't have to rely on the elemental, we have more options.
Choose
What
wisely.
makes the most sense?
Well, they're the basic elemental planes.
Mm-hmm.
Fire,
Ice
water,
War.
ice. Or we could be a little bit reckless. There's always the astral.
There's
Astral,
also 4
Could-
more elementals.
Astral could be fun.
Keep 5E planes.
You could do the. You could do the 4 converging points of the elementals where 2 planes collide.
Because Astral could be fun. Could
There's
go
the
to
astral, there's the ethereal. Both of those you could use. You could go to any of the elemental ones.
Oh my god! You,
There's the
do-
outer
if you do-
planes, but I wouldn't recommend that one.
no.
do the ethereal so we accidentally ghost ship ourselves.
I
They
think
all
Astral.
have their advantages and disadvantages.
Hmm.
Do
I think
not
Astral
accidentally
gets us closer to flying sooner, right?
Maybe.
Maybe. There's also earth, fire, wind, water, mud, smoke, steam, and fuck, what was the other one?
Plasma.
Well, we've got
Can we have the Earth, Wind, and Fire so we can have a disco show?
The roiling storm. Yeah. Oh! Storm. The literal current of wind and fire.
I'm sure Amberly would be so pleased with that.
Oh, she's not on this boat anymore. She can suck it.
Well, the safest would be either...
Oh, I'm not talking about the priestess.
No, he's talking
I
about the
know.
goddess, yes. Well, the safest would be tapping into something like the Shadowfell or the Feywild, but that would render the least energy, followed by the Ethereal, followed by either one of the elemental planes, which would be air, water, earth, or fire.
Mm-hmm.
And then we enter the realm of the more dangerous options. We could go for the astral itself, which might be fine. Or we
What would
could
be the
tap...
downsides of the astral?
You might fall into the astral by black holing the entire ship and the surrounding
Yeah.
area into it.
And
I mean, that's already sort of happening.
the astrals are closest to the outer planes,
Hmm.
which in turn is closest to the void between the spheres, and that is to be avoided at all costs. We could tap into some of the subspheres of the astral plane, like Elysium, Mount Celestia, perhaps Limbo, or the Nine Hells would be such options.
Limbo. Pick Limbo. Trust.
I wouldn't recommend the Abyss or Pandemonium.
Oh. I'm
Um,
just saying, Limbo would be by far the funniest, whether it works or not.
Perhaps Asgard.
so many choices. I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared for this. I was expecting a water elemental.
We never are.
Oh,
Limbo is my vote.
roll a dice. What dice would I roll for this?
I mean,
The D1000.
at this point,
Praise
a
Jesus.
D20 and then just start taking things off.
Hmm.
Hmm.
List of planes, 5-0.
My vote's Limbo. Just saying. Because you
I
can tap into
can
Limbo. Oh, buddy.
give you the one I'm going off currently, because I like
Okay,
the
yeah, yeah.
diagram. I'll do that privately. Hang on, where are you in my list here? There you are.
Oh,
I'm looking
please
at this
accidentally tap
diagram.
into Karis's realm. Just pinprick the door right in front of
Oh
it.
wait, I've thought of a great one.
Oh no.
Please don't tap Sigil.
Yeah.
Please don't tap Sigil. I don't want the Lady of Pain after us.
No,
Like-
Mechanus.
Yeah.
Mechanus.
Oh lord.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know
lord.
it. You know where this is going.
Oh lord.
There will be balance.
Like that makes sense, right? That works.
It does.
It does. It works perfectly, but at the same time, the consequences are by far the worst.
We're gonna turn it into a gravity-powered boat.
Oh no, we're gonna turn it into a Modus-powered boat, and then the fucking Modus is going to just say, "That's not how boats work," and your boat is going to fucking implode because of words. And I am for it.
Okay.
You have.
Are you
unleashed
prepared?
a
Have you
terrible
chosen?
Evil.
Doesn't. I mean, yeah. It's gotta be. Sorry. As soon as I saw that, Moen's heart set on it.
Oh, I'm dying.
Well,
It was a great. I love you guys.
The
It's
true
been
plane of
great.
law, that makes some sense.
Goodbye, boat. I will miss you.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
Well,
Soul's gonna go ahead and cast water breathing on herself just as a precaution.
I think the Sultan will opt for protection from energy.
It's okay.
Yep.
Sol has the get the fuck out of dodge button. I'm sure it's fine.
Does she
I
now?
have two.
Yes,
Yep.
it's
Oh.
attached to her arms.
For a brief period of time, then I'll end up back there. Although I suppose if I end up in whatever nice vacation sphere, I could just take off the robe of stars and say hell with going back.
Yeah, you see where this is going.
Right. So, do you use the gem?
If I need you to get this process started, then
Yep.
yes.
It's the catalyst to do it.
Soul's gonna step back to like the furthest corner of the room and just kind of
Like, that's gonna help.
Actually,
mean-
wait. Mo's just gonna run to the kitchen. Crap, friend. You got a snack or anything to make me feel good and not fuck this up?
Fuck what up?
Don't worry about it. Do
He
you have
looks a
anything that
bit-
can help me,
He
please?
looks a bit manic.
Do you have any grease?
You
Grease
just
me
hear-
up, woman.
you just hear quiet sobbing from Crackjaw.
She hands you 2 pastries. One of them gives you 3 temp HP and the other one gives you a bardic inspiration. You have 10 minutes.
Thank
Should
you.
I evacuate the chickens? Well, no, I can't. We're on in the middle of the sea.
Mo runs back and gets ready to get going.
Well, you have made a mistake,
You have not made a mistake.
and
This
I'm
is
all
fantastic.
for it.
Okay.
Can
Oh,
we
no,
quick
it's a
save
mistake.
before
I'm
he
so
attempts
sorry.
this?
This is not Baldur's Gate 3.
God damn it.
Right.
There is no coming back from this one.
Roll me an Arcana check with advantage and Bardic Inspiration.
Okay. Advantage.
You got this.
Okay.
You got this.
What's your
You can-
bardic
you
d8?
can roll it. It's
Is it
yes.
D-
It's a
D8?
D8, but you can roll it twice and choose the higher. Yeah. a
Take the
4.
highest, so that's 22.
22. Wait.
Wait! Yeah, Flashing Genius at myself.
Flashing
Another
Genius,
plus
okay.
4.
Okay, yep. Another
26.
plus 4. 26. Okay. You've avoided the worst table.
God.
Why is there a table? It's like they expected him to
there's a
do this.
There's a table for tables, it sounds like.
Valinar's made this one for me.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It is a tabletop role-playing game.
Okay. For a second there,
I'm so for this.
you think nothing happened.
Oh God.
Do me a perception check real quick.
Everybody in the room?
Yes,
Just
everybody in
coming
the
down
room,
stairs,
sure.
Hey, what's going on down here?
I was thinking the same, Wes.
I rolled an 11 with advantage. That's quite
It's
annoying.
okay, I rolled a 10.
No, I'm talking
Soul's
about
quiet.
the Arcana. I could have rolled so much better.
Well,
Oh, the best
for a
of the worst.
second,
Hard
you think
hard to
nothing
perceive
happened. But then, everyone on the ship can hear the ticking
Explodes.
of a clock. Tick, tick, tick.
Somebody planted a bomb. What the
Can
fuck?
we count how many hands how many hands the captain has and whether there is a crocodile?
Anyways, do you want to look over the core?
Yeah, just doing all the checks, looking at all the things. Just yeah.
Okay. It takes you a minute, but you
Mhm.
feel like it's brimming with energy. And it seems stable.
Yes!
Oh my god,
The power
have made
of
the
the
best worst
Mechanus
mistake.
plane is at your command. Now you
You
just need to find a
realise-
way to harness it.
Now, I'm not saying that the one individual of Mechanus is going to be very upset with us right now, but it's gonna be worth it, maybe. Oh boy.
I'm just happy it didn't tap Sigil. Because she would have been
Why?
here
What?
instantly.
Bitch, you doing what with my territory?
Yep.
Just,
I mean, out
Oh.
of all of them, it's probably either going to be water, Mechanus, or Astral.
Not
Yep.
Limbo? You don't want the pure power of chaotic misalignments?
No, not really.
Anytime?
You don't want your
Or
machines
air
to
for
run on
flying ship.
chaos.
Just,
No.
I love Limbo because nothing is ever stasis. Water becomes fire, becomes earth, becomes wind, becomes fire, becomes plasma, becomes a rock, becomes a tree, becomes a floating naked man covered in grease, becomes a dog, becomes a cat. Just perpetual chaos.
Is this what
It's-
you're dreaming of at night?
Well,
Okay. We have power. Thank you! Thank you, everyone! Now to get working on ways to use it. Where should we start?
well,
The flying? No,
maybe,
not flying. Power.
he-
Propulsion.
Griggle rubs his hand. Maybe an elemental forge would do well.
An elemental forge powered by Mechanus? Oh, fuck!
Maybe. Maybe not right now, especially considering we're on a boat.
Aye, but it needn't even be hot, considering what you've tapped here.
That's true. And we do have, I mean, points to all the star metal around. But yeah, I think first port of call would be something to make the ship go faster, some form of propulsion. Now that I have this power source, I'm going to really need to redo my designs. Moen's moving, like he's probably going to grab a bunch of his designs from his room
Yep.
and is now just spread them in front of the power source in a circle and is just sketching furiously. And his main focus is on on like some form of propulsion device.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, yeah, I'll just.
What have we done?
Since I'm running out of paper over here, I'm gonna move that tally to this sheet over here. That was expensive, but I think it was worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to enslave a sentient being, so that's good. Right, so...
You enslave the whole plane.
No, he just... It's like... You tap a
Siphoning
keg
off,
of
like,
beer,
a bit of
but
power.
with a
Yeah.
needle.
Now, I'm not, there's the thing about Mechanus, though, Val. The
Yep.
entire realm is sentient.
Yep.
So,
Machine spirit flows through me!
and it's pissed.
I know where Merwin's going to be tormented for eternity when he dies!
Yeah. Just ground in the eternal gears of law.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, it's great. Everyone loves pissing off the boy, the man, the omni-god of law.
Well, let's just hope
Oh.
you don't bump into more monodrones.
Monodrones, pentadrones, quadrones, just all the drones. And then there's the the boys, the mythical entities of "you're fucked, you shouldn't have done that." Why? Because piece of paper said you're a bitch. I love those guys. They're so fucking unnecessary, but they're there.
Well, what's Crackjaw doing while this is happening?
Slowly walking down the stairs.
And how does he
Just-
react to
what is that?
suddenly hearing the ticking of a clock all over before it subsides a little? But it's still
It's
can
just
still hear it.
it's
It's
Harry
a
Potter
pipe
Puppet House.
bomb.
Yeah, exactly. It's Harry Potter Puppet House. What is that mysterious ticking noise? Tick, tick, tick. Wait. Oh no. Just slowly picking up pace. No. So, what did he do?
I think he found a way to power the boat.
It's working.
It doesn't involve
Very,
finding
very
an
cautiously
elemental.
shield up, walking towards it. You sure it's fine?
Hasn't
It's
shown
stable.
up yet.
Brimming with power. It's good to go.
The hell did you power it with? It
So
doesn't look like an element.
Holds just has the shattered bits of crystal in his hand. We didn't actually trap the elemental inside. We just used this as a catalyst to, tap into the energies of the plane itself.
Oh god, which plane? Which plane?
Took a lot of time thinking on that. Weren't sure which one to go for. Mechanus?
I left you alone for 20 minutes. What do you mean a long time? Takes a look in. You... Canis?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's...
Do me an intelligence check, actually, Crackjaw. That's rather an obscure one.
It's pretty obscure. Just a straight intelligence?
Yep.
Probably not even for that.
Doesn't really sound familiar to you.
Sultan told me all about it.
And you sure it's the good option?
One of the better ones.
I wasn't
Could have been the
asking.
Nine Hells.
That's what I'm saying. Is this
Well,
Mechanus a safe option?
It is one of the, well, best, safest choices of the more dangerous choices.
The best of the worst?
Well, yes.
And you're sure it's definitely stable, right?
It is stable, seems stable, is contained.
I mean, fair play, an entire plane's energy is...
I mean, it's not all of it, because no way in heck would this thing handle all of it. This is just a little bit.
Oh, good, because you hear stories of shit out in the planes, and honestly, like, I wouldn't want any of them to... Are you sure this is a one-way thing and not only energy can come through? It's not going to accidentally pull something, I don't know, sentient through with it?
Well, if containment breaks, it's possible. But
Well, we beefed up containment a lot.
we have reinforced it and reinforced it again. So I don't foresee any issues.
We'll keep monitoring, though.
Oh yeah. So... an idea for a new spell forms in your mind.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
Chronomancy
Oh.
begins.
Woo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know which is more terrifying. The fact
We'll
that
have to do the usual
one has
thing of
done
the
that.
wizard thing to write it down, but you have it clear in your mind.
Ooh, yes, please.
that's. I don't know if that's honestly more horrifying than the thought of Merwin with a freaking nuclear device in the ship.
Merwin's currently making designs for a water jet type thing for propulsion.
Yep.
Just so you know, if you need me to roll anything for the designs, that's the current plan. That's the next plan.
Okay, yep. It'll take you a bit, but
Cracker's just
certainly a
Yeah.
plan.
rubbing the bridge of his. Cracker's just rubbing the bridge of his nose, walks over, just looks at this chaotic flurry of notes.
Okay, do me wisdom save.
God, here we go. Wisdom.
All these drawings and diagrams just send your head reeling. And the speed at which he draws them and changes them and applies them.
I mean, well, you know what, Bowen.
Yeah.
Bowen.
Yeah, basic principle is quite simple. You want me to explain it for you? I can.
Maybe later. Just
Basically, suck water in one end, push it out really fast the other end, and we go whee!
okay. So, pulling a cuttlefish, gotcha.
Basically, just intense speed. Focus means we go.
And how do you plan to balance out the sheer force and inertia and the sheer destructive power of that kind of propulsion?
Again, the weight of the actual ship will help keep it down. What we can do is we can have the intake at the front of the ship, and it runs towards the outtakes at the back of the ship. Therefore, the weight distribution is balanced evenly throughout the ship, so we won't upset the balance of it too much.
Okay, and what about inertia dampeners for this crew? Because if you just suddenly accelerate to that kind of extreme speeds in a very
Again,
short period of time,
We can have a ramping up on the speed type of thing, but also this is going to be speed increase. It means we won't have to be doing rowing as much, stuff like that. Make sure oars are in during this time. Make sure oars are in. Again, we can have a ramp up in the speed control. It should actually, like, because I mean, when we're going full speed and sailing, you don't feel it too much, and it's not
No,
like we're
but-
going to just fire out to full speed from the dock. It'll be a ramp up in speed because water drag, resistance, all that sort of stuff.
and
It's not like it's immediately.
you know you'll need to do reinforcement on the hull, right?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure at this point, Crackjaw's just listing off this chaotic array of contingencies for all of whatever Merwin throws at him.
I mean, reinforcement of the hull, if I remember correctly, I need to go back to the notes for the Van Center. I can do that,
It's
it just
gonna
requires
require
some
dry
funds.
docking. Funds and a dry dock.
But there's
So
also
we'd
the
have
chance
to-
now that I've got arcane power to arcanely reinforce it as well. That's something I need to look
Mhm.
into as well.
Yep.
But for the sake of everyone else, I'm just going to... What's the word I'm looking for? Expedite the conversation and whittle it down to... Because, honestly, I can and will go full nerd on this whole thing, but we will be here till the end of the session just yammering. So I'm just going to expedite it to... Merwin has chaotic idea. Crackjaw tries to balance it. Etc.
I think at this
Etc.
point, Merwin has ordered ideas, and Crackjaw has chaotic defenses.
Pretty much, yeah. The balance.
Crackjaw, do me an insight check.
Oh god, why do you keep picking the things I'm horrible at? Insight. It's a 10 years. Worse.
Would you notice the 12?
If it's against Merwin, his pretty easy book to read. His charisma's not great. He can't hide
Mm.
things.
Unless it's against the Sultan, in which case, definitely fucking not.
Yeah, definitely not the Sultan, but... Mervyn seems slightly changed from whatever he's done down here. And come to think of it, so seems Saul.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, really?
You have been balanced. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. It's begun. It's already begun. You think you've contained it, buddy. Oh no.
I'm expecting a DM from Val explaining what's
Oh,
happened.
no, me and Val.
Don't you worry
me and
about
Val,
it.
no.
Don't you
Me
worry
and
about
Val,
that.
No. We know.
Mhm.
That's what makes it more horrifying. We know, and it's just... It begins.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Does,
Any other realm.
does Crackjaw point that out to Mervyn or not?
At this point, Crackjaw's just still trying to get his head around to this pure unbalance and is just putting it off at the moment as just... He's imagining it because of the sheer situation they've created.
Yep. Right. What does everyone else want to do during the ride towards Mintarn?
Well, Sol's added her new spell idea to her spell book, so.
Yep. It's a good idea.
Good thing you have all that money. They could just go...
I mean, I have a couple others I could add, but I'll just stick to one right now.
Writing a scroll only takes like an hour, right?
Yeah. Well, it said 2 hours.
Ah,
Person.
right.
So.
Well,
Is the ticking still going on?
faintly in the background. You think in like another couple of hours you won't even hear it anymore.
It'll just
I don't
become
know, man,
white
that
noise.
You'd be surprised.
It's really easy to tune out the ticking of a clock.
Perhaps is gonna work on her little lavender bags.
Oh,
Yep.
that's right.
You have so much lavender.
And also cloth and needle and thread.
Yep. Captain, you want any help with that?
Sure. I hope this makes the boat smell a bit less bad.
Can I have like a handful of that for like some brewing?
Sure, you can have 2 handfuls.
2 goblin handfuls are not a lot, but
I give him my handfuls.
Oh god. Oof.
okay.
Lavender's really strong in brewing.
Yep.
I could take over
What?
everything.
Right, don't put all in the same thing. Use them in little batches.
Okay.
Maybe your goblin whiskey tastes of lavender then.
They might.
Or goblin courage. No, it's fish courage. What's the other thing?
There's Goblin Courage too.
Oh, it's goblin. Okay. Fish and goblin courage.
Oh, both.
Which now
Still have-
smells and tastes of lavender. You're welcome.
Right. Anything else anyone want to do?
Cry.
I was wondering which one was gonna happen. You could have just said no and summoned like an elemental and be done with that, and nothing much would have happened, but you've tapped it. You've tapped something.
I had to. I had to.
You gave him the keys and then told him to go have fun with the very expensive car.
Yeah.
And now he's hurtling towards a chasm.
Had you tapped a different sphere, Soul might have gotten a cleric spell.
That would have been great.
Ooh.
But no.
I mean, I got
you.
I got a decent one, so I ain't complaining.
Yep.
What did you expect me to tap into when you gave me that option?
I was maybe expecting just, like the basic astral.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe one of the celestial realms, but this one also works.
This is the most viable and also the worst of the most viable.
Yep.
I mean, it's
I saw it, I was
both
like,
bad
"Oh."
and good.
Yeah.
Especially, well, you'll find out. You will find out.
Right.
Indeed.
If you're doing nothing else, about 8-ish hours later, maybe, actually no, is the wind on your favor? Let's say, yeah, it takes day and night to get over here. Right,
Oh,
just hand wave that a little bit. You arrive at Mintarn. Mintarn has long been a neutral ground for various forces, a place aloof from the conflicts of coastal city-states and the rivalries of the Northlander Isles. Any ship, be it pirate, privateer, or merchant vessel, could dock at Mintarn and find a warm welcome. Many treaties were struck on its shores, and when peace couldn't be achieved, soldiers and ships from Mintarn hired themselves out to various power groups with no fear of retribution on their home. Not long ago, Mintarn was awash with coin thanks to Dugald Neverember's White Sail Shipbuilding Company, and this coin funneled through Waterdeep after the navy was wasted chasing pirates. On top of this, Neverember began hiring Tarnian mercenaries to fill the ranks of the Neverwinter Watch. And so you find yourself in the port of Mintarn.
So why are we here? Didn't we want to go to Baldur's Gate?
It's along the way. I just need to check a couple of things while we're here. And it's a good spot for supplies along the way. if you
I
wanna take
packed
any
enough
food with you.
for Baldur's Gate.
Over the day and a half, did I get an idea of some of the supplies I might need for my next project?
Yeah, you can go shopping for supplies, sure.
Because there's also really big shipyards here.
Yep. Not good as all lumber, of course, but there is some.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and crap from the captain tells you to get supplies that you need.
Okay, we don't. Yeah, we can stock up for a longer journey.
Right,
We can
the
stock up
usual
the
away
basics.
team. Make sure this is a rough city. Crack job. Make
Don't
sure they
worry.
stay safe.
I'll look up 'em. These are my kind of people.
Looks out over the dock. Seems like the harbor master wants a word. Go see.
Oh. Head down the gangplank, down to the dock.
Ah. Welcome to Mintarn. I see you're flying the Lord's Alliance flag. What is the business of such esteemed guests at Mintarn?
Bit of this, bit of that. Mostly restocking supplies. I'm trying to find some people. Nothing too drastic.
Well, it is standing orders that anyone coming in here flying the Alliance flag goes to visit our most esteemed tyrant, Bluth Emberen. So, down the street, up to the castle. Don't delay. And he points you the way.
Let me just relay that to the captain real quick. Captain,
Aye.
we've been, I guess, ordered is a soft way of putting it, to go and have a chat with the tyrant.
Ah. Well, best not keep her waiting, man.
Hmm.
Trying not to get
Did you
into
wanna
too
come
much
with,
trouble.
or
Mm,
should I?
she
Do you want me
knocks
to
on
handle
her,
this
her
one?
leg. In case a swift exit is necessary, I'll keep the ship ready.
Alright. You want me to bring the whole crew, or just...
No, that would be like declaring war, so,
Yeah.
the usual team.
Yep. Alright. Alright. Should have figured. I guess I'm not used to working under Alliance colours. Alright. I'll let you know how it goes. Alright. You waiting? Everyone good to go?
Yep.
Just stares at him for a solid 6 to 7 seconds, just pondering the unnatural movements.
Things are definitely about.
Yeah.
You've been through it once or twice, it was never like this.
Hmm.
Something
Hmm.
has changed.
About Merlin or the city?
The
Within
city.
you, something is not the same.
Yeah.
Do you head out?
Oh wait, we've long rested, right?
Yeah, sure. It was more than 8
I
hours
think
on the
it's-
ship.
Yeah, I can heal. I took a little bit of damage. A little bit of damage.
I should have mentioned, but yes, everyone gets a long rest in.
Woo!
Boldness and transformation. Okay.
I get all my dumb shit back. Excellent. Let's go see our esteemed tyrant. Keep your guard up while we're here. Alright. Watch your pockets. They're mercenaries, but there's
Other folk about.
unsavory. Yeah.
Right. And as you leave the docks, you find yourself... Where is it? Here. A lively street. And you're walking towards the castle in the distance. And then you hear a voice echoing from above you. Well, 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 that I would meet you here. Do you look up?
Just the slow look up, yeah.
Oh fuck!
What that asshole?
Oh, hi! Haven't you given up yet?
Someone saw you pull into port.
Yep. Now, I'm gonna make this real easy on you. Don't.
I do not take orders from you.
Can I just use telekinesis to yank him off of the top of the thing?
You'll have to first
Just-
roll initiative. Where's the... You've used this. Where's the initiative tracker now?
It's the second one up on the left
it's,
from the
it's
bottom.
the bars with the swords through it. Okay, there
Yeah,
we go.
they've changed it. It's weird and annoying.
It's fine. I didn't recognize the icon.
Me either. It took me
Oh,
so long to
shit!
figure out what the...
Oh!
Oh, Merlin! You
Wait,
are...
the-
Oh, you know what?
That one's still
has
faster.
Begun. The balance has begun. Oh, wait, click token.
I'm only going to be rolling 20s and 1s now. Calling it here.
What?
Ugh. Damn it. I just wanted to yank him off. Get off of that roof, boy.
Could you rephrase that, please?
No.
Don't yank him off.
Context is unimportant.
All of Asmodeus are meant to be hot, right?
Context is very important.
Okay, are we all in or are we missing someone? Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's everyone.
We're all here. Yeah, we're all here.
There we go. Togo. It's that weird tiefling again. He's drawn his blade and gun.
How high up is he?
This is like 3 stories.
Jesus, he's well up there, isn't he?
How much is that in feet? I'm wondering if I can miss the step up there.
That'd be around 30 feet, right?
I think it should be about 30 feet. I don't actually know how big buildings are in feet, but sure.
I mean, people 6 foot can fit inside a building, so roughly 7 foot floor, maybe.
So yeah, if
7, 8
it's not
foot
more
floor.
than the height ceiling, I'd say 30 feet. We can round that.
Ceiling height varies between 8 and... Speaking of someone who's over 6 foot, it's definitely more than 7 foot.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cast silence on him.
Oh,
Just shush.
right on him.
Yeah.
Centered on the point.
I cast
Please
shut.
Okay,
Cast
yeah.
Shut up.
Oh, just shut.
Let's see here. I'm a blind. Where's the measuring tool?
They
There.
changed it. There we go. Yeah.
Just this kind of spear
Yep.
up there, so we can
It
stick
would be
that.
up there, but you
I was
down
say-
here are still fine. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Hooray!
Anything else you want to do?
I can summon my tentacle over there.
Yep. Where are you putting it?
Right next to him.
Okay. Let's see. 21. Yep, 21 hits.
And he's slow.
Okay. Right, then it's his turn. Let's see. Can't do any of that. Well, in that case, who's closest? That is... well... In that case, Togo. Two of these. For you.
Son of a bitch.
Well,
Okay. then.
silence is a concentration, right? Yeah.
14 piercing.
Concentration up to 10 minutes. So,
I think you're still
Gust.
fine, yeah.
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 You stopped him from doing what he wanted to do, so he shot you. Grabbed from your up.
Ah, yes, the
Um,
only acceptable answer.
The people up there and in the alley seem.
Yep, they seem to be with
Arrested.
him.
And would they be within a 20-foot cube, even if these ones are up somewhere?
These ones there.
Could I put a 20-foot cube, getting all these people?
No. Oh, I misplaced a light thingy there real quick. I'll help you with that. I'll make your decision easier. There you go.
Oh,
We can see beyond the wall.
can I get these people then?
Yes.
And
Well-
everyone inside that house is about to have a bad time.
No, they're gonna have a rave in there, because I'm gonna grab into my bag and throw a handful of sprinklers.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
yeah.
cast fairy sprinklers,
All right.
and I need dex saves. And if they fail, they have strobing sprinkles attached to them.
2. Both of those failed.
Yes, 16 is the DC.
1, 2, 3. 2 of them
Two saved.
saved. Okay. So attacks against these dudes have advantage. There you go.
And I think I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay, yep. Merwin.
Okay. Can I see these guys up here?
Yep. They've made themselves known up there.
Okay. So, for my action,
Okay.
I would like to cast Grease here, and I want them to fall off the goddamn roof.
I mean, they're leaning over to try and shoot down at you. I don't see why that wouldn't work.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna cast Grease on all those fellas up here.
That is fantastic.
You
Okay.
can tell I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Yep, you
Mhm.
can tell.
Nope.
I don't know if
Keep
any
going.
would fall off and slide down this one because it's a 10-foot cube, but I don't think that would work that way.
It would just be those 3 up there.
Okay. I don't know how do I draw?
Can you... No, just put me in the thing. The text of the spell real quick.
Yep.
Okay, yep, they'll just dex save. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear.
All fail.
Yoop. And they land down on those carts in the street. Hang on, I need to roll something.
Then
Fall
perish.
damage. Oh, that's some good rolling for fall damage.
That is pretty good full damage.
Oh yeah, okay,
To the-
yep. That's
Good.
the most effective
just-
grease spell I've seen in a while.
Yes! Yay!
Amazing.
Oh,
Slid off onto
he
those
just-
carts and boxes and just broke their necks.
And then I'm just gonna move my fat tin can ass over here and just put the shield up in front of these guys.
Yep.
is he regretting his decision to pick a fight with us yet?
Quite possibly, but he's an idiot.
If not, he will. 'Cause I can nuke at least 5 of them in
Yeah.
one go.
I could do some real.
Grease.
This is the best use of grease.
Okay, these boys.
I mean,
20.
it's pretty damn up there in the grease containment facility.
Yep.
30. Okay, these 2. Who can they see? Okay, so these 2 down on the street. Pew. Pew.
Nope. Yep.
9 piercing.
Ouch.
Rude.
These 3 up here, crap them since you casted on them. They saw what happened to their friends, so they think that you're trying to do the same to them. 3
I
of
made
these.
them pretty.
1, 2, 3. All miss.
Yes,
Well,
all miss. Amazing.
These
Poor,
2 up
poor idiots.
here, you've attacked their boss, so Togo. 1, 2. Both of those hit. For 7 and 5 piercing damage.
Just plain rude.
Yep. Gonna need con saves for silence. Concentration.
Oh, that was on me. I was
That
listening.
was on you.
Yep. 2 shots from the guys up on the tower. 7 piercing and 5
Yeah.
piercing. Yep, silence drops.
Dang it.
Damn. You bastards.
And now, Anka dumps around the corner.
Oh! Hi! They just let you in here, huh?
Yep. Boss wants you dead. Stomps up there.
Don't worry, boss won't want much soon.
Let's see here. There's some bolts sticking out of Togo, so if he thinks you're done. Wes! That big anchor hand is just flying at your face. 17.
17 is a miss.
Yep, it goes over your head and over Togo's head and just hits the floor, and then she pulls her arm back.
Well, that's just plain rude.
Anchor, you idiot, you're in the way, says this guy up here, because he can't get round now.
Do it.
Well, on Togo with disadvantage, 1 shot, because he can just lean past and miss.
Hmm.
Togo also doesn't have any armor on or mage armor.
What?
Well,
Why?
we were caught. You
Yep.
can't cast mage armor if you wear armor. And I didn't have the time to cast mage armor.
Yeah.
So is my
Oh.
10 or is it 13? Because of my dex. I'm not sure about these rules.
It would be 10 plus dex.
Unless you have
Okay, so it's 13.
other things, but yeah, it's just gonna be 10 plus
And with
dex.
mage armor, it would be 13 plus dex.
Yeah.
Right, so this guy on Mervyn. Mace,
Oh,
mace, mace.
Poor idiots.
One of those hit, I think, for 3 bludgeoning. You have real champions, these guys.
They
God
bent the
damn!
tin can.
One actually hit though.
Yep.
They bent
Something
the tin
hit.
can.
Yeah.
So, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna shoot a fireball.
Okay, where?
I'm gonna center. Hang on, I gotta switch back my cursor. I'm gonna center it on this little special child because I can.
Yep.
It will hit here to down here in a big ass circle. So it should get these
So if
7
you...
little friends.
Oh yeah, if you center it up in the sky, so that it would hit that guy up on there and up over there. Yeah, that-
If I center it on, let me show others where I was thinking. If I center it on her, I can get it all the way down here too. Yeah, I can get.
Yep, I can see a way that that's feasible to do. Yep. Go for it. But
Look, man, they're
Actually, very good, but
Uh,
not us.
friends would also be in the radius, aren't they?
well, I guess it depends on how. How big is that? Is it a? It's a 20-foot radius sphere. So if they're on the roof, how tall is that roof? Or are they on the ground?
This over here, those
Yeah.
are in a like a side
An alleyway?
street.
Okay.
Yeah, an alleyway.
Okay. So what are these little special guys? They're on the roof, right?
They're on the roof, 30 feet up.
Okay.
If you,
Okay. So if
I
I
think
center it
if
on,
you center it up in the air, you can catch all the 5 dudes up on the roof and the
on the
tower.
roof, yeah, we'll do.
And
we'll
I
do it
think
that
you
way.
can cinch Anka as well.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it that way. It's hard to tell whether they were on the ground or not, but yeah, we'll shoot for the 3 dudes on top and Anka.
Okay, yep. So that will be dex saves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 32 halved. Okay, yep. Boop. Big ass explosion in the middle of town.
Well, just announce our presence by blowing up their city. I'm sure
Well-
the tyrant will love this.
That's a fail.
Oh dear.
We didn't start it, we just finished it. That was
Yep.
like that.
Oh, that hurt. 10, 20,
She's already running.
30. Ankar, get back here! And she just keeps going.
Soul just yells, "I'm sorry, sweetie."
Did Togo get an opportunity attack?
If he wants one, yeah. 14. That's a 14 hit. It does. Roll me some damage.
Oh no. She's gonna turn around and be like, bitch, you didn't.
Okay, yep. That's 37 damage in one round. Yep.
I mean, I
Yep.
shot her with the fireball straight on the nose.
Yep.
No.
Wes, you're up. There's some dudes in the alleyway, a fleeing ogre, and Captain Callus straight up from you.
I can handle Callus if you want.
This is the captain, right?
No, up here.
Look,
Oh, when you say up, do you mean like vertically up or?
Vertically up, yes.
It's fine. I'll click my boots together and I shall fly up.
Okay, yep. He looks quite surprised at this. I don't think the last time that he saw you, you could fly.
Probably not.
a second.
I think he could have also just ran up the wall.
Yes, probably.
Because monk.
No, I think that's ninth level.
Ah. Soon,
Oh, is
TM.
that soon. I think it was still on the 8.
And yeah, it's gonna spare him.
That's a miss.
And another spare.
That's a hit. And that's a hit.
Armed attack.
Oh, that's absolutely a hit.
And I'll spend a key point to do another one of those.
Yep, that's a hit.
And I will spend a key point
27.
to do Sonic Strike.
Okay, yep. Let's see here if he's stunned. Con save. Why isn't the... Okay, sheet took a while to load, hang on. Con save. And he saves.
Okay. That's fine.
Yes,
Good roll on his part.
And yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Crackjaw, on your turn. 10,
mm-hmm.
20, 30.
Oh, she's still going, huh?
Yep. Well, anyways, you're
Alright.
up.
Well, gonna psionically leap and just bloop, bloop. Hi.
Yeah, he was thinking this would go differently.
yeah. I gave you a chance
him
to
up.
not.
Martin,
Yeah.
pick him out the window.
That's one of the plans. I'm gonna first start off. I'm gonna start off with 2 swings.
Yep.
1, 2.
Both of those hit.
Yep. 12 and 8, and I'm gonna. No, I'm gonna action surge and do it again. 1, 2.
Both of those hit.
Okay, and I'm gonna add on the last hit. I'm gonna hit him with the shoving punch, straight off.
Okay, a strength save, eh?
Yep. Fail, you bastard! Make this hilarious for me.
Oh shit. Well, roll me, since he's landing badly, 4d6.
Oh,
Can't teleport
he
your
was-
way out of this bullshit.
Dodge this, bitch!
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Just the bug flies up. It's like, okay, ow. Second, the fucking lizard jumps up. Oh,
And poor Tentacle's just
And-
waving.
just watch him go. Bye. And that's turn.
Okay. He's now
He was not ready.
cowering on the
Grievous.
floor. Wait, stop, please. I'll tell you what you want to know. Just stop, please. Togo, it's your turn. Do you want to stop?
Well, I'm gonna
He's an
move my
idiot.
tentacle here first.
Yep.
He's an idiot. He'll tell us more.
Now, what could I do?
Slav squat at him.
I mean, I have the orb.
You have the,
You have the
orb.
You do?
Do it.
You think he's worth it?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it's
wondering
not-
if he uses it.
I think it's only
I
one
mean, that's
use in
true.
the-
We do have a.
Once the bands are used, they can't be used again until the next dawn.
Oh, there's
So this
once a
could be
day.
reusable,
once
right?
a day.
Yep.
Once a day. Hell yeah, that's worth it.
That's worth it.
You throw it at him?
It'll stop this bitch trying to teleport away.
Yeah, what is it exactly? Ranged attack roll. Bonus equal to dexterity bonus.
He's currently prone
What is
and
this?
cowering in front of you. I don't think you need to roll at all.
You
Oh.
just drop
Just-
it on his head.
just let go and just dunk.
Yeah, I'll just drop it on him.
Okay. Let me just...
Yeah, catch. Huh?
He's bound up like a pretzel, and all his men start to run. You could probably get a hit in if you are so inclined.
What do you
If
think,
this guy
Wes?
should
Are
be-
we inclined to shove him off?
Don't shove him off, goddammit.
He's right there. Yeah. I'll let him go. What's he gonna do? Just watch him go. Just, yeah. Off you scurry, little man. Oi. Dunk.
You hear the footsteps of an ogre disappear. These
And
guys just run for their lives.
Call the full squad, just Slav in front of him. So, remember that part where we said don't do it?
I didn't realize. Ow, 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 ow.
Outclassed you are? Yeah, it's not much, but it's a lot at the same time.
Gonna grab him by the ear.
Ow,
Like,
ow,
all right.
ow, 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 ow,
You
ow.
you said you would tell us what we want to know. Start talking.
Eh,
It depends on what you want to know, I guess, but ow, ow, ow. Is the...
You just start
Well, but-
talking. We'll
Yeah.
tell you when to stop.
yeah. And if you try and hide anything, I will literally dig into your brain and pull it out of you. Physically and mentally. So don't fuck us around on this one, buddy.
Are you-
Okay?
If you hear about the missing crews and crew members, in any case, word around town is that they ow my ear. They blame the dragon Hundrash. He recently woke up again. It's demanding tribute. Ow, 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 ow.
Dragon.
The
Mm.
red dragon, I think.
Number 5.
Yeah, that's almost a bingo.
Gonna
Yeah.
catch them all?
Iron's up in arms about it. He could probably tell you all about it. Ow, 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 ow. But I don't
Do you
think...
want a pastry?
Yes, please. Ow, 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 ow.
Soul eases off his ear just so Crapfin can shove a pastry in his face.
I think...
Right?
That's actually quite good.
She's very talented.
Yes.
I know.
Best in the business.
But I don't think it's a dragon.
Who do you think
And I don't
it
think
is?
the tyrant thinks it's a dragon either.
Hmm.
It's not your dear daddy Asmodeus, is it?
No, we act...
Grab him by the cheek.
Ow, ow. No, we act differently. And some of my own got taken too. I could. If you show me your map, I could dot my nose at it, and I think that's where it happened. That's where we noticed someone went missing during the night. Ow!
Oh, hang on. I've got an idea for this. I grab a bit of ink, just dab his nose a bit. Alright. Where?
What poor man.
He just
He
Right in
picked
the
a
middle
fight
of
with
the
us.
street.
I mean, yeah.
he kind of just rocks back and forth towards the map, and then his nose splats onto the map. I can drag you over there real quick. There, right above the ruins of I think the locals call it Narino. Right there.
Okay, so
So-
not super far.
And the dragon's lair is over there.
Oh, okay. Was there anything weird the night that they disappeared, or just
We were sailing in, and like there was this fog, and then in the morning there was a man missing.
any
And nothing.
specific, or just a regular crewmate?
Just one of my men.
And you all remembered it. No suspicious moments of, huh, what happened to the guy? What guy? That kind of nonsense?
None whatsoever. Out.
Do you... Thank you, whoever wrote that. That's perfect.
What is this?
Nose imprint.
Nose imprint.
Okay, yep.
Do any of us know what Narino is or was?
It's a ruin.
Let's see here. Would you know this? Probably not.
Because concern is we recently talked about shipwreck and Tome of the Deep. Could that said tome cause fogs to kidnap crew people?
This has been happening before that happened. Norman.
None of you know what Narino is. You could ask him though. He might know.
What's Narino?
Oh, it's a ruin of a merfolk city just to the south of here. I think only like the top 2-3 stories poke out of the muck now. The rest is covered in sea grit, slime.
Oh, I have a realization. This is very, very connected to a situation we've dealt with recently,
Is it?
and would explain why a certain bit of information was necessary. Interesting. Huh. Very interesting.
That's all I know about the area. Is there anything else I can tell you?
I don't know. Is there anything else you can tell us, little man? Maybe about, have you been in league with the naughty little pirates?
Well, I've been pirating a whole while now. I don't quite know what you mean.
Captain Tentrix. That name ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
Ooh.
My-
What kind of bell does it ring?
He kind of his tongue kind of burns in his mouth for a second. My master, bade me to stay away from him. Ow, yes, master, please stop, ow.
You're not going to make me dig it out of you, are you? Starts
Master's,
pulling out a little blade.
I was
Master is looking out for
ordered,
you.
to stay away from him.
But why?
I mean, makes sense. Bad juju right there.
Yes.
But what? Ooh, this is a perfect opportunity. You can talk to your master right now, can you?
My master is always with me.
Oh, then
Does
he
he also
wouldn't
want
mind
a
telling
pastry?
us- Yeah, does he want a pastry?
He just doesn't say anything.
Maybe he wants to tell us about this Tentrix.
None can compel that Lord of the Nine Hells.
Oh, I didn't say compel. I was just wondering if he'd want to tell us about something that's annoying him. Because, maybe he'd like us to deal with it. It's kind of along our common goals, is this pain in the ass for all of us. If he wants to tell us something that might assuage his discomfort or irritation, we would appreciate it.
If my master wants to communicate with you, he will do so. I cannot speak for him. Ow, ow.
Should you?
His tongue has like stopped glowing now. Ow.
But could you dance his answers to us? If you can't talk.
Oh, I'm in a bit of a contortion. I can't really do that right now.
But technically.
I don't think I'm allowed.
See, knowing that you know about tantrics, it's really hard to be convinced right now to let you go a little unscathed. You've been such a good boy.
Well then, be done with it.
No. Don't work that way. Not normally. Besides, just leans in, squidges his cheek a bit. I'm sure somebody would pay a pretty penny for you, being the little pain in the ass that you've been. And we've got you locked up like a nice little tea cake.
Besides, last time we killed you, you kind of came back.
Tea cakes aren't made with tiefling.
No. But blood pudding could be.
Oh.
Probably go see the head of the place here. Bring him with us.
I mean, we've got a valid reason to explain our lateness, which you're
Get a
more than
valid-
happy to.
Yep. And to apologize for the fact that there is a building on fire currently.
Wait, what?
What?
Hang on. Just
What?
looks up.
Yep, there's a little bit of...
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Can we do something about that? I don't really want to have the captain have to explain while we have to.
I guess
It's
that...
now
do it.
raining. Sleep in there.
I guess that would do it after a while.
Just rapid winter. Just. Yep.
Well, the roof is certainly damaged, but it's no longer on fire, I don't think.
Nice. Well, if you don't want to tell us about Tentrix, that's such a great shame. I mean, if you told us what we wanted to know, we could just let you be. You could go on your merry way and have learnt a valuable lesson. Don't piss us off so much next time, and maybe just keep to your own business. Yeah. But as it stands,
I told you all I know about Tantrix, which is not a lot. I was just told to stay away from him.
I don't know. What do you think, Soul? Is he worth? How much do you think he'd be worth?
Worth to whom? He's worth
Good
something to his
question.
master, but that's it. We'll bring him with us when we go up to the
Yeah, let's
castle.
go talk to Big Cheese. Bring him along with us.
Couldn't we just drop him in some dungeon or something?
I mean, easier to hand him over to someone else to drop in the dungeon. Therefore, he's no longer our problem.
Then we can get our thing back.
Good point.
Do you want me to stick him in the bag of holding for a bit?
Nah,
No.
we can just drag him.
I got
We
him.
don't want a corpse.
Just picks him up on the shoulder.
He's still
Well, it's not
folded
the
like a
first time I've
pretzel,
had-
but sure. It looks really
He's,
weird what you're doing there,
yeah.
but sure.
He's carrying
Uh,
like a keg over his shoulder.
Can I
Yeah,
just
it's not the first
shove
time.
something in his mouth so he can't cast spells?
I think these bands
Yeah, he
kind of
can't.
stop that anyway.
I mean, unless something's strictly a verbal component.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
Oh, can he not at all?
I don't think they can. It's like
Oh no, wait, no, he probably could. It doesn't
He
say
probably
anything
could
about
if
magic
it
or
was-
teleportation.
Yeah, it was,
well, if
if
it
it
was
was
just a-
just verbal, he
Verbal
probably
would-
could.
Yeah.
But would he? Hmm. Let me see.
Is he that smart to try?
Is that smarmy of a bastard? Quite possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Need to check. It's just verbal. Hmm. He hasn't cast anything yet, so he can.
I mean, if I hear him utter words that sound remotely arcane, the first thing I'm going to do is punch him square in the jaw.
I don't have any spell slots for counterspell.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely gonna attempt it as you solo him and try and walk away with him. He doesn't fancy a long stay in the dungeon and like suppressing chains. He starts uttering a spell. Do you punch him in the face? If
Of
so,
course.
make me an attack roll.
Alright,
With
just
advantage.
Strength. Oh, well, yeah, because he's restrained. What the fuck?
Well, that's a bad time for that to happen.
Yeah.
And it just zips out of your hands onto a roof nearby.
I mean, he's still pretzeled, so.
Would he still
Do the
be?
bads go with him?
That's a good question, actually.
If it's Dimension Door, yes.
No, it's Misty Step.
Misty Step?
Misty Step. Probably
Well,
not.
he should be out of them.
Well, I'm just gonna Misty Step right next to him then.
just, just where are you going?
Is he restrained or is it not? Need to quickly read the text of Misty Step. Hang
Misty
on.
Step.
Can you Misty Step out of bondage? Misty Step.
I mean, it.
Is there an FAQ about this?
You are briefly surrounded by mist that teleports you, so you would bring everything you have with you. If you turned into mist, I'd say you break free, but you are just teleported by mist.
He could try to make the strength save.
He could try to strength save, yeah.
He
He
could
would
try the strength save.
probably. Yeah, they would probably come with him, right?
Yep. Just really.
It would be different if these were like attached to anything or someone was holding them, I guess, but no, they would be coming with him and he's restrained, so his movement is 0, right?
Yep. He just goes.
Or it's
Oh,
onto a roof.
Does he roll off the roof?
no, I have an idea. I think he has an idea. Since he would know that these chains come with him. I need to quickly check if Misty Step allows that. Unoccupied space that you can see, yeah? Yeah, he teleports not onto a roof, but next to a roof. And he's now falling.
I just use telekinesis to grab him on the way down.
Okay, what exactly can your telekinesis lift? I need to see the text. Because he's
Oh,
trying to
hang on.
splat himself very hard.
I can shove people 5 feet, so as soon as he hits the ground, he has to make a DC 14 strength save, which he automatically fails to go back up 5 feet, and then he just lands 5 feet. So he hits the safety barrier on the way down, gets bumped back up, and then back on the ground.
This could also.
You
cast
did kind of
Levitate.
make the... how can you trigger that? What is it, a bonus action or is it like a...
It's a bonus action. It's just a very rapid thing I can do.
How many times can you do this?
Infinite.
Do you need line of sight?
Do I need line of sight? I'm pretty sure I need line of sight. Let me see. Crap. Let me see. Where is it written? Where is it under?
It's push-pull, so it's not omnidirectional, is it?
You can telekinetically shove one creature you can see.
Does it say 5 feet in
Will
any
you
direction, or...?
Toward or away? No, it's only toward or away.
So that probably wouldn't work then.
Does anyone have Featherfall?
Does anyone have Featherfall?
Yeah, Wes does.
Do you want to use it on him?
Sure.
Yeah, that would stop him.
Just
I'm now gagging this man as soon as he lands.
I just walk up to him, slab squat again. Really? Really?
Can't fault me for trying, kind of.
No, but I can certainly say. Oh, it's not really a lot I need to say. Come on.
Yep.
Now you've just
Okay,
annoying
now
me.
you've got
Pick
him.
up. Re-pretzel him.
Now there's nothing he can do about it. Okay.
I also have Levitate, if anyone.
Just
Oh,
hold
dear.
him in the air indefinitely.
I think Mona to decide whether to use rope or use the tentacle rod.
Levitate him and put a rope on him and hang him.
You probably don't
Okay,
want to
yeah.
do the
Balloon.
Indeed.
tentacle rod, because that would just help him.
We want him alive.
You would just murder him because you have to hit it with it.
Yep. And you
Yeah.
just saw him attempt an exit in flames.
So yeah,
Yep.
rope it is.
Well,
Just
meanwhile,
tapping one of
the
those.
town guard has caught up with you. Well, what's this then?
Howdy. We caught us a naughty little pirate trying to pick fights with us. We're here to drop him off to the tyrant, which we are unfortunately quite late for because of this naughty little boy. Slap him on the cheek a bit.
That was... Well,
Use your imagination.
Well, picking fights is not usually, but looks at the devastation, the oil on the roof. Well, these guys screwed up royally by the looks of it.
I'm not sure what he was thinking. Just a...
It was a short fight.
Yep, I can see that. Not a fight I would have taken. Well, by the pretzel you put him in, I can tell he's some sort of caster, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got a real nasty habit of reappearing after he dies, so we have to go all out this time.
I see. Well, we've got a special type of iron for his type. But first, yeah, we can hold him for you, and we'll leave the decision up to the tyrant.
Oh, that would be lovely. Just walk over, hold him out like a doll. Here you go. We'll need
Hey,
those.
I want that ball back.
Yeah, we want the restraints back after you've.
One
Got
of you
him.
lot come with me then.
I'll go with them.
Okay. If you need anything, Togo, I'm sure you'll find a way to let us know, right?
Sure.
Yeah. We'll be up at the tyrants.
Yep. Well, after your brief encounter with Captain Callus, you make your way up to Castle Mintarn. Walk in.
Yeah.
Quite quickly,
Been
the
told.
hall opens up into a throne room, lavishly decorated. Ah, welcome to my little abode. Heard tale of your arrival and your brief encounter.
We apologize for our significant quote-unquote delay. We had a bit of mischief with one of the...
Yes, I've heard. Come, sit at my table and tell me of these pirate attacks I've been hearing about. Come, eat,
Ooh,
drink of the green wine that Fair Isle is so famous for.
Green? Can we have green wine?
Yep.
Just slowly walks up. Just. I want to get a measure of him. Does he feel like he's
Her.
trying to set us up for something? Sorry. Her.
Do me an insight check.
That's meant to be normal, so 1. Look, there's the duality of man right there.
Well, that is the duality of man indeed. I mean,
Too bad you didn't get any order added.
Yeah.
yep.
There is no balance. There is only pain.
Well,
And +1.
she's the ruler of a small kingdom, or the tyrant of it in any case.
Hmm.
Can't trust a word they say.
Yeah.
So you sit down with her and partake of the meal, tell her of the pirate attacks you've seen.
I give Soul the side glance of do we go all out or do we go limited?
Shrugs. Might as well go all. At least for the pirate attacks, we can go all in.
Okay.
Especially if she doesn't believe that the dragon is the cause of the crew disappearing.
Well, we regale her in stories of pirate attacks on the coast.
Ghost ships and whatnot.
Yep, she
Mm.
seems worried about some of them, but seems to be delighted about the one hitting Neverwinter. You just hear her say,
Hmm.
serves that old prick November right. She doesn't seem to be too
And-
fond of Duggold Neverember.
Hmm.
So, what brings you to my shores?
Just a couple of small things. One, we're trying to discern the nature of disappearing mercenaries as a small detail. And we've heard a couple of interesting stories from our lovely entertainer we got visited by just on the way here.
Before that, come with me,
Hmm.
follow. And she walks out towards the
just-
door.
Side glance, everyone else just sort of like, okay,
you
let's
follow?
see where this is going. Yeah, just see where
We
this
all
is going.
follow.
Will grabs a goblet of wine and follows.
Yep. Well,
Green
Still
wine.
having a bolt stuck in her too.
Oh, genie healing. Whoops.
Me and Togo's worse off. I'll be fine in a little while.
yeah, but Togo's not here.
He's not here.
Pope. Mo would have noticed that, but it's too late now.
Probably would have given him first
Uh,
aid before he left, at least.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
she leads you
For
up.
Togo.
Okay, go ahead. Do the healing
For
first.
Sol.
9 healing to Togo and 7 healing to Sol.
Actually, there's a +3 to both of those because of alchemy.
Oh, right. Plus 3.
12 and 10.
12 and 10 indeed.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Full for me.
Well, she leads you up the tower. And at the roof of the tower, you gaze out. You see Castle Minturn below you. And you also see that 2 other towers have been destroyed. See, this is the work of Hundar, the Red Rage. We failed to provide tribute after he woke up, and this is what he did. How were we supposed to know that he's awake? There,
It's not like
she gestures to an island you can see in the distance. Skaduark. Skaduark! There we go.
Get
That's
walk.
his,
you got
uh,
her.
that's his lair. Perhaps he is the cause of those missing mercenaries. Although, if you were to
Interesting.
provide assistance with the tribute, I might have more information for you.
Well, that is certainly an interesting theory. However, we've dug up a little bit of our own. Now, I'm not saying I'm not interested in dealing with this Hudwo, The tribute seems a little pricey. We've also heard an interesting story of Nerino.
Ah, rats.
Yeah, a bargaining chip is a little hard to sell when it's already on the table.
Nah,
However,
can't fault the girl for
I
trying.
appreciate.
It's,
I can respect that.
the good old Captain Callus was a little. We loosened his lips quite a bit.
When nothing else moves, the lips are all that's going to work for him at the moment.
Yeah, he was trying. He was trying to talk his way out of stuff, but
Well, in that case, you've already heard about it. Yeah, it's usually ships crossing over Narino that are missing people when they arrive somewhere. It's the only thing they have in
Yeah,
common.
I have a theory about that, actually. It's a very loose theory at the moment, but a theory.
I mean, outside of it being a weird merfolk ruin, has there been anything unusual happening around there, or just like people just disappear, like poof, they're gone?
Let me think, let me think. Well, there was this one unusual ship that has been seen there a while back, but that was just a short while.
Remember ship?
Aye, crewed entirely by skeletons, I believe.
Oh, that's just Black Nuts. He's already dealt with, sort of. He's a
However,
little.
if he was in the area, probably
Yeah.
either meeting with Tentrix, whose boat is under the water right there,
I mean, that was a ship that
or
you've seen that ship on one of the pirate attacks.
dropping shit like Sahagin eggs off over there so they can hatch and start nicking people.
See, I had a different theory.
Well, I'll be willing to hear it.
Something I remember hearing. Remember how we saved that poor man while we were in Baldur's Gate? Had a lovely little theory about an entity known as the Mirror. I've been trying to piece together why would he want information about the Mirror? So I've been digging a little bit into some. I apologize, Sol, but I've been digging through some of your books.
That would be difficult to do because they're locked up.
I found the ones that weren't.
Those are my sketchbooks of flumps. Not very helpful.
But I'm not sure how, but I found a book speaking about these Mirror. They are tainted merfolk.
We knew that already.
Yes, tainted merfolk of the Abyss.
Interesting,
And-
interesting.
And they have a rather interesting, well, being abyssal entities now. Kidnapping would not surprise me in the slightest. Now, where would be an interesting place to find Mirror, I thought? Why would they be wanting to deal with them? And then, merfolk rule of ancient times, people disappearing. It's a very loose theory, but it wouldn't go far off the track to think that they might be connected.
Well, if you want to go diving into the sea over there, feel free.
I mean,
About me!
not the first time.
Soul sighs and sipped her wine.
Now, I'm not a crude. Well, I am a crude man, but I'm also fond of a job. You seemed very eager to deal with this Hundar, wasn't it?
Not much choice in the matter, if we wish to continue existing.
And he's quite an elderly fellow, is he? Or is he just a cranky little child of angsty teen sort of behavior.
Well, he wasn't an issue when he was asleep, but... Let's see here.
Wonder why he woke up.
Almost as if someone's kicked his nest.
Could have just gotten hungry.
Could have gotten hungry, but if he was hungry, he wouldn't be asking for just tribute.
Yeah, and that man, he's he is greedy and not nice to deal with. He is the Red Rage after all. And he is not young. He might be the opposite of that.
Ancient
Dora-
red dragon. That's probably
Yeah.
not great.
That may be a little outside of our combat experience, but
Yes, I would not recommend disturbing his nest.
What kind of tribute has he been
Coin,
requiring?
requesting.
food, subservience.
Subservience sounds a little problematic and maybe best avoided, but coin
Yeah.
and food. Is it an indefinite thing or a once-off tribute? Because if it's a continuous thing, you might need to find an alternative.
The only alternative to this would be relocating. And I don't think that's happening, so we will keep paying him off. Not much choice in the matter for us.
Yeah, fair enough.
And if he's a well-old grumpy man, getting him to relocate would be just
Impossible. We don't know much about his lair, but what we do know is... there are so many deadly traps in there that it would not be worth even attempting it.
Yeah.
I mean, you live a couple of thousand years, you learn a few knacks for keeping people off your shiny shit. It makes sense.
Oh, but if you do manage it, well, you'd be set for generations and to come.
Yeah. I can't say he'd be particularly pleased with the idea of us walking out with his stuff. In fact, he might just take it out on you guys.
Aye. If he's not slain.
So, yeah, I think he's a little outside of our capabilities.
He might be
Unless
a
he's-
fiend beyond you.
Yeah, unless he's senile beyond all years and it's just...
He's greedy and sleepy, but not senile.
sleepy.
Well, yeah, he just woke up
Maybe-
after a couple hundred years. He'd be sleepy too.
Maybe
He'll
he just
eat
needs
his
enough
fill,
food
and
to get
by
tired and go
all
back.
luck, he'll fall asleep again, and he'll not be my problem anymore.
Mm.
Oh, I wish if it was that easy. He just needs a good meal.
Man, nah.
Are you sure I can't persuade you to part with 250 gold as a contribution to the tribute?
Oh, that's all? I'm a little in the red at the moment as I'm already in a bit of debt. You could maybe convince my associates here, but it feels a little one-sided.
Unless
Aye.
you've got a water jet engine sticking about, I'm probably going to keep my coin. Sorry.
It's a,
What
it's,
now?
It's a contribution, not this the only thing. I'd have to check my accounts, but I could put that in.
That would be most appreciated.
Sounds like a temporary solution, though, but
only needs to last long enough to lull him back to sleep.
At this.
I wonder what woke
I
him,
think-
I gotta say.
Could be a big fuck off kraken.
That would certainly be a concerning matter.
Actually, when did he start re-waking?
She, lost in thought. Just hand on her chin, taps it. You don't remember that storm up in the sky a while ago? I think it was around then.
Storm.
Would that have been when Tentrix fell through the fucking realms?
Through the realms. What?
What? I think he was
Is
asking you, not her.
Yeah.
Oh,
this
right.
storm. Do we know of it or?
I think you would have heard it. I think I gave you a description of it at some point.
If that was back in the first session, that was like 30 sessions ago, man.
Yes, it was.
I don't think any of our memories that fantastic.
No.
Maybe. No, I was
I
about to say
feel like it
maybe.
could have been when Tentrix fell through the realms.
I'm sure
Maybe you got
someone
woken up by
told
lit-
you about like the storm that's been seen out over the ocean far to the west. Looked like dragons fighting in the clouds, that kind of thing.
Huh.
Hmm.
Interesting.
I think you were told about it on Gondolin, perhaps? You were told
Maybe.
about it
Could've-
somewhere, but it's been like a long time even for
Months.
me.
No.
Could have been another dragon, or could have been a dragon fighting a flying boat. That's what I'm gonna say.
mean.
Well, either way, he's awake now and he's hungry and greedy. But if a contribution comes through, you'll have my thanks.
Soul's gonna run back to the boat and grab some change.
Sure.
Drop some spare change of about 600 gold and just like, yeah, I've got this floating around.
I don't think she'll be quite that generous, but either way, the rest of you can...
She asked for 250. She's getting 250.
Yep. Well, the rest of you can be about your business. Togo, you drop him off at the prison. He gets those special irons. You recognized them from the time you dealt with that wizard. Same kind of make.
Oh, they just had a pair of them as well? Oh, he's fucked.
Yeah, he is pretty fucked. Maybe he shouldn't have begged for his life.
Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? He dies and is reborn? Oh no. Nope, he made a poor choice.
I mean, he didn't fancy a trip back down through the hell, so...
I don't blame him.
Well,
First time
he's
wasn't
in a
enough.
different kind of hell now.
Yep, he sure is.
Let's
Right.
see, Asmodeus, see him worth keeping now.
Mervin, how
Soul's
much... Mervin, how
Soul
much
runs
do
back and hands the
Yep,
pouch
okay.
off.
Easy enough to do.
Yep.
You get a thank you. And a warm handshake. Mervin, how much do you want to spend on supplies for your projects? And what exactly are you
mean-
looking for?
So,
Oh god. Settle in.
okay, hang on, let me get settled in.
First
Uh,
project
okay.
would be, again, for, as we said, the
Propulsion,
increase in the
yes.
speed of the boat. So propulsion. But reinforcement of the hull as well is a good idea. Whether that's through magical or physical means. Crackjaw, have you paid any of your debt to Merwin yet?
He's got the money, he just hasn't handed it off yet. He's got the money. Crackjaw's still in conversation with the tyrant if you're down in the city.
She would have, like, ushered you out after a while.
He wanted to ask her a question.
Okay, ask your question then.
Has the, of all the mercenary companies that have passed through Minton, has the Blue Boars been here recently? I've heard wind of their passage.
The blue boars, the blue boars. They
What was
were
that, the
here
old-
for a while, but I think they've already moved on again.
Ah, blast. Don't suppose you know where they went.
Something about a pirate raid near Tomen?
Poor men. Poor men?
Shift click, was it?
Shift. Yeah.
Hmm.
But Violet? Tumen.
All the way.
Tall
down
man.
south.
Yeah, all the way down to there. That's pirates raiding down there as well? Down by Valen?
Yes.
Huh.
I mean, we heard about stuff happening, I think, around Skog as well, I think.
Also,
Okay.
if you throw your minds back, a certain dragon asks you to find a missing ship.
That's what it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, down
That's
there.
what it was.
It is channeled, yeah. That's a long detour, though. Ooh.
Yep.
Well, we'll see where Duet is first.
Yep.
Mm,
Could be down
She
there.
might be down there, yeah.
She might be.
My feely wheelies told me she's up in the Moonshay somewhere.
Oh yeah, and information for wanna use. Where do I have backups? Dark Scalper. It's down there with them.
Oh.
Okay.
Just as information.
Hmm. Oh. Thank you for your time, and hopefully the dragon just puts himself back to bed and sleeps off his stupid, I guess.
I can only hope so.
Alright. Well. I have a feely wheelie about this Narino, so might do a quick detour there and dig through, see what we can find. Alright,
Right, back
thanks for
to
your time.
Mervin. Supplies. How much? What kind?
Crackjaw, you got any of that money you owe me?
Oh, yeah, hang on. Yeah, straight 350 gold, so that's a larger portion of it, yeah.
Excellent. I think it's still like 200 or odd
150
you owe me.
left.
Something like that. Yep. Thank you.
Let me just check my gear, see if I had any crap floating around that's worth money. Let's see. I got 2 potions of healing, but we'll probably need those. No.
So, Merwin would have thought about this. How am I transferring power from the generator to magical things? I'm guessing it's through arcane means, or is it the cabling?
It might be cabling, it might be like gears.
Okay.
I think that might be for you to figure out.
Okay.
It could be through weave channeling, it could be through...
That
Mhm,
too, yep.
mhm.
All kinds of
Um,
means. As long as they work, they work.
Gotcha. Space-wise, I think cabling would be his first solution.
Yep.
Yeah, but cabling takes up a lot of space, it's cumbersome.
It's
Expensive.
better than gearing.
Yep.
Gearing, yes, but I feel like... No, I feel like on the counterpoint, Mechanus.
Indeed.
I think it would benefit more from gearing than it would from cabling or
I agree.
weave transfer. Since, you know, it's literally the clockwork realm of law and order.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind
I
of
mean-
fits more to have.
I mean,
Clockwork
Mistra had a
mechanics.
place in over there for a while.
Mistra had a
Yep.
workshop in.
Yep, she did. So weave channeling would also work, probably.
Okay.
Would probably work.
So yeah,
It would
let's.
Maybe a combination of the two. Anyways,
So yeah, would look into that combination of starting off with gearing around the initial generator, then
Yep.
doing weave channeling from that outwards to the extremities.
you'd probably need like steel for the gears, copper for wiring and etc. and channeling thingies. How much do you wish to
Yep.
spend?
I mean, he's got 676 gold.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna put a lot of it onto that. Probably 400 into sorting out the powering of it,
Okay,
then
yeah.
200 into materials for the jet type thing.
Yep, okay.
And probably for materials from the 200, he could also look into stuff for the hull as well, maybe. But I don't think he'd have enough for that as well.
God, I'm half expecting at some point to tell me he's going to turn the engine into a Coca-Cola powered nonsense. And
You
just
want to
go
spend
full-
like 600 gold pieces in total.
He's got 676. He's probably willing to let it all go.
Okay, roll me a persuasion check to see if you get a bargain or not.
We're not pirates yet.
Okay, it comes
Just
out
what's-
to about 617 gold pieces. Your
Okay.
purchases. There's some strong lumbers, there's metals of various kinds, some channeling rods. Those were the really expensive things.
Mhm.
Focus gem. You know, everything a growing boy needs.
Yep.
But where's his bag of cocaine?
Right. Craftsman, are you buying supplies?
Yes, stocking up on the basics.
Easy enough to do. It's mostly fish, some preserved stuff. Very little red meat.
I think we're all used to mainly fish.
My board.
You foresee a lot of fish pie in the future.
Yes. I have infinite well, not infinite spices, but I can spice them differently.
Yep.
Maybe I'll put some lavender in them.
You got enough.
Yeah.
Good plenty of that.
Everything's gonna taste of lavender now.
For a while at least. Right.
I'm not sure for food, my man.
Fish pie with lavender?
Anything
Okay.
else?
I'm gonna put it on my list.
If you do that one, the entire crew gonna take psychic damage.
If Togo just goes straight to the ship, could he get a short rest?
Yes, absolutely.
He wants that spell slot back.
It's easy enough to do. You don't have any other business in the city. They didn't tell you to follow them after, so you can just go back to the ship.
Oh. We learnt what we learnt. Oh, we didn't steal his shit. Fuck!
You did not know.
We forgot to steal his shit. I suppose it would be kind of hard to pull it off him when he's got the bands on him, though.
I wanna see what you could have gotten. Anyways, if you have no more business in the city, you can make your way back to the ship.
Crabtraps just sitting there, just hitting
Oh
himself
crap!
Nah, not that
Moen
interesting.
never told the captain what he did.
Nope, he did not.
No.
Oh bollocks! Okay, well we know what he's doing when he's getting back to the ship. Whoops!
By the way, I activated a thermonuclear device in the middle of the ship. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. It's only been active for the last 3 days.
Yeah, basically. Well, you all sooner or later arrive back at the ship.
Damn it, I should have stole his shit. Damn it. Well, at least we got a pain
I
in
mean,
the ass off of the
Looking
orders.
him over, like at the phase of capturing him, nothing stood out to you in any case.
Yeah, I wanted his hat.
Wow. Right. You're back at the ship. What you doing?
Captain, we got a lead of sorts. Couple of leads.
Alright. Where to?
Alright. Well, the one we're definitely going to avoid going anywhere near. Northwest is Scudwark. There's an ancient red dragon apparently causing a kerfuffle, so we really do not want to go in that direction in case he sees us as a big shiny token of gimme.
Right, yes. That makes sense.
However, there's a good chance that he was either awakened by that storm way back when, or possibly, I'm gonna assume by dissociation by the second part that I'm gonna tell you, that it was caused by either Sahagan or Dentrix.
Again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's
Possibly.
been real active on this coast, the prick.
I did contribute to the tribute to him, so hopefully we'll
Pacify him for a little bit.
pacify him for a
Yeah,
bit.
hopefully. Hopefully I'll get him out
mean,
of our backs.
It's unfortunately the minor detail of he is a ancient red dragon who are particularly well known for being prideful little assholes. So it's just, we can only hope and pray on that one. The good news is we have an active lead on the disappearances in the area. Thanks to, you remember that snot-nosed little tiefling who tried to pick a fight with us when we first left?
Yep, the
Back
one that
in,
burned a
Glenwood?
scorch mark onto my deck, yes.
Yeah. He picked a fight with us in the city.
How did that go for him?
Oh, he could tell you a story, but it lasted about 12 seconds, if that.
I'm sure it did.
I'm kind of sad you didn't get to see it. It was a spectacle. I've never seen such chaos in my life. At least not over such a short period of time. Moa knocked some off the roof. Sol ignited half a town. Me and Wes knocked him off a roof. It was a spectacle. His poor little... He had his half ogre just burst into flame and run off crying. Oh, I almost feel bad. If he wasn't such a little dick.
Well, that's
Brings a
good
tear to
then.
the eye.
Now
He
these...
did, however, prove useful.
Yes.
He told us where the disappearances are coming from.
And you think we can trust his words?
The words of a man stuck in a ball? Yeah. We also had the information pretty much confirmed by the tyrant. She was very quick to admit defeat when we revealed that we already knew the location. So they pretty much confirmed it for us.
Excellent.
Just here at Narino. Some sort of ancient merfolk ruin.
So under the water, eh?
Yep. Looks like we got another diving expedition, unfortunately.
Miss Soliana, would you be willing to facilitate another diving expedition?
Suppose I could.
Excellent.
I mean, I'm not saying this is a great opportunity for some archaeology, but it's an ancient merfolk ruin. Who knows what they've got buried down there in terms of story? Might even have story that's lived.
It's underwater. Many things are going to be not in great shape.
But it's the merfolk. Their stuff is meant to be underwater.
Yep.
So there's a non-0% chance there's been stuff that's been living down there for a long time. That's apparently... I would recommend we put some distance between the ship and Narino, though, as it seems that anyone who approaches gets abducted by mist and folk will vanish from the ship. There's been no real explanation as to how.
Then
So
how
we may want to keep
we...
a little...
Then how you suppose... Oh, the rowboat, of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
The rowboat. Yeah. If they abduct us, well, they can certainly fucking try. I'd rather not risk any members of the crew or anyone on the ship as long as we're doing something this risky. If it's magical abductions of large ships, but maybe we can slip past with the rowboat.
Fair enough. We can sail close, and then you can go out in the rowboat and dive down and see what you can see.
That's the plan. Apparently a good portion of it's above water, I think they said.
Not a good portion, a couple floors, basically. That's what she said.
So it'll be easy to spot from a distance, I reckon.
Fair enough. Is everyone on board? Are we ready to depart? Best get this done soon.
Was
So?
doing some shopping. He shouldn't be too far off. By the way, has he told you about the... What he... I'm assuming at this point, as he's saying that, Mo is just sprinting up from the deck.
Yep.
Hi! I'm here!
Merlin. She looks over at Cratcher. What have you done?
You told her, right?
I mentioned it a while ago. Got to say I did it. Captain, hi! Remember when we were talking a little while ago about
Yes.
the thing in the hold that you know could power a bunch of the ideas that I had cooking?
Yes, you told me about it, and do you remember what I said to you then?
Yeah.
To wait until we had a few weeks in port to do this safely. And I see that you didn't follow that instruction.
No. I saw it and then soul check it over and everyone was saying it was really safe and it's really safe and it's working and it really works and it really works. I can get it it's working. Ah!
I'll translate that one if you didn't catch it, Captain. He's apologetic. However, they have tapped into some technology that's fascinatingly brilliant. This is me saying it about something he's done, so that should give you a pause for thought, if nothing else. It appears to be a successful and somewhat stable planar engine.
All in order.
Well, if you say
Quite
so,
literally.
crack jaw, but turns to you, Moen. No more experiments when we're miles and miles from land.
So now's not
We're
the time to
lucky
take
that
about the
it
plan.
went well this time, but... Do you hear me? No more stunts like that.
So now's not the time to tell you about the next idea.
Probably not.
Okay. Just gonna back out the room slowly.
Yep. Well,
Well,
make ready to depart. There's another
don't be
thing
too
to
hard on the
worry
Captain.
about.
He's spirited, which works in his favor. He's done something I'm pretty sure, if nothing else, might give us one hell of an edge. Might even save the boys having it. Actually, it just leans in or quiet. Might actually mitigate the amount of cost for crew members, if nothing else.
There is safety in a large crew, however. Either way,
True.
we've got a port of call, so to speak. Jeep just waves her hand towards the door.
As you wish, man. just heads out into deck, takes a moment, stares into the sky, and just ponders all the decisions he's made in life until this moment.
Yep. Well, off you go sailing towards Narino, I suppose.
I guess.
Moen's gonna sneak into his room and start putting together as much as he can without actually getting anything working, so it's all in many bits that can be assembled easier.
Yep.
So not actually experimenting.
Yep.
Just like getting it as ready as he can.
I figured as much.
How loud will he be?
No, that was a question.
I feel like it's like
It
traditional,
wouldn't
like
be
30.
all that different from his usual tinkering, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's classic 13-year-old. There's like a blanket nearby he just throws over anytime he hears a sound approaching his door.
What are you doing in here? Nothing, 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 nothing!
Right. Off you sail to just outside Narino. You board the rowboat. The usual away party, I don't have to say that.
Yep. Soul casts water breathing on everybody.
Alright.
Yay!
Thank you.
And after a while, you think you're above the location. Do you dive?
First, I'm gonna cast Mage's Armor.
Good plan.
Same.
Good
Yep.
plan.
Me too.
Right. So, you dive into the waters of the Sword Coast. Let's see here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Here,
Looking-
I'll dump water breathing in the chat so everybody can remember what it is.
For 24 hours, we can breathe. Okay.
And you find yourself
Nice.
here. A little explanation about this map in particular. But first, I'm gonna read a little text.
Okay.
Narino is an abandoned merfolk city south of Mintarn. The merfolk there once a society of wealthy merchants who traded pearls and corals to the Tarnians, as well as what the Havian, there we go, and Neverwintian merchants. However, after Mintarn's fortunes turned, the settlement went into decline. Without trade to support them, more and more merfolk left. What you see before you are the tops of a large spire poking out of the silt. Only the top 2 stories poke out of it. To your north is the top floor. To your west is the second floor. The ground floor in this case. The floor that's level with the silt.
Val,
Yes?
I hate to break it to you, but the dynamic lighting's not on. We can see everything.
We see everybody.
That's not good. Why is that?
Seems still guy.
I'm doing my best to avoid looking at the map at the moment, but yeah, we can
There
see.
we
Oh,
go.
it's gone.
There
on
we
now.
go.
It's gone. It's back.
Why
It's
was
back.
that off? I had it on. Yeah, well.
Because
It's roll 20
is the-
being roll 20.
Roll
Yeah.
20 being roll 20 and
Capricious
stealing
bastard.
my thunder once again.
Yeah.
Either
Yeah,
way.
trust me, I had that same thing happen yesterday where I realized that it just showed the lad. I was like, oh, he's just on the map, huh?
Yep. Yep, thanks, roll 20. Either way,
Yeah.
as I said, north is the top floor, west is the bottom floor.
Well,
And over here is
I
a whale.
guess- There's a whale?
Kind of, but
I wanna
no,
go
not
say hi to
really.
the whale.
He's only on the map.
Aw.
Oh,
Damn it.
I would
Yeah.
like Dark Vision.
Oh, right.
yeah,
All of
that's
us is
true.
dark vision except... Oh! Oh, wait, no, you need attunement for it. Fuck. Actually, you know what doesn't need attunement?
Do you hand him the gem of true sight?
No, that requires attunement.
Oh.
My goggles, however, do not.
Oh, right.
So I tap the gem, and I hand him my goggles.
I mean,
just-
I also can't see under the water.
I have goggles
Oh,
myself.
Oh,
I just don't have it on my token.
Oh, right,
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
What's that
Never mind.
was
60 feet.
60 feet of night vision. Sorry, I misunderstood. There we go. I forgot to update your token. So you hand the goggles to Mr. Fishman instead.
Sure. I don't know what it's gonna do because he has his bobble helmet on, but it's just like
I
call
mean,
him out.
he's in water. He can probably just, take the bobble helmet
yeah.
off and just slip the goggles on, and there you go. You can see. Sorted.
Just John Jetson it, touch a button.
Oh yeah, and the
Good to go.
true sight was 120, was it?
Yep.
So I need to update your token as well. There we go. All tokens updated.
Huzzah!
Right. Where do you want to
I
start?
can see. Well, since there is no whale, I will not go speak to a whale.
It's not like you can speak to animals either.
No, I can't. I miss Rusan.
There is a grating in front of this window, so you cannot pass through, but you can see in.
I don't think those are meant to be visible, but they're
No,
there.
you see them.
I see them.
You can tell what they are. But they're still statues. They have twinkling sapphire eyes.
Ooh, wait a minute. This reeks of a trap. Is anyone good at... I do a quick eyeball check over this grating. Does it look like it comes loose? Is a gate? Is anything?
It is completely attached, top and bottom, into the rock that makes up this building.
Is there another way in, is the question.
Want me to take a look at it?
Or I'm just gonna...
Oh yeah, this
Where's
music is
Mr.
too
Breeze?
upbeat for
Oh, there he is.
right now. Let's go with this. And put...
Okay.
There we go.
There is a fuck off abyss over here.
Yeah.
Not suspicious in the slightest that there's just a casual abyss. But anyway,
Black
that's
smoke
pretty
bubbles
normal
up
to
from
see.
below.
well, I'm gonna keep my distance from that. Just looks like more bars. Tucker, just keep an eye on the hole. I don't trust the hole. If you see, don't get close, but keep an eye on it.
I was just gonna go and look down the hole.
Okay.
Do I see anything there?
You see
You
a
see
kraken.
nothing.
Looks like nothing but more grates. Just where the hell's that freaking door?
Spying into
Oh.
that room. You see, practicing his aim on wooden statues and shell shields at the far end of this room is a pallid merfolk wielding a beautifully ornamented crossbow. Hanging on from hooks behind him are 4 more crossbows, each magnificent in its unique fashion.
Here in the window and just... Huh. Let's see, that's 60 feet at least in the line. Ooh. They're within range.
Oh god.
Well, they've definitely seen me. I've walked in front of the window where he's shooting things at things. I'm just imagining the poor guy's face. He's shooting at this thing, and then just this big black iron metal man dragon thing just floats by the window, stops.
It is
looks in.
weird. Yes.
Yeah. Just. Hi.
Can you speak underwater?
I can telepathically speak to anyone within 60 feet.
Hmm.
And then I can tap the helmet and understand any language they speak back.
Let me see. Nope, I need to look that up. Hang on.
I have universal
Uh,
translation.
Oh. So you could understand common, for example.
Yes, if he was to speak common at me, I would understand it.
So
It's
what
wild.
are you talking to him? What do you what's your line? How do you open?
I just speak to into his mind because I can't speak underwater.
Yes.
Hi, sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Hi.
Yes. Be gone.
Okay. Sorry, we're just trying to find some people that are going missing in the area. You got any idea about that?
Just the feeling of a deep sigh comes back across you. Just continues shooting, like practicing his aim.
Just a slow turn towards Togo.
Togo shrugs. He can speak underwater.
Give me. Alright, I cannot read your mind and speak to you, and actually no, I can understand you and I can do this at will, but can I read minds? Wait for a minute. I mean, they're kind of here and non-hostile, sort of. Hang on, I'm gonna go tell the others. They're probably still hanging out by the front. Come on.
While they were doing that,
Yeah.
what do we see in this doorway type thing?
Well, you see a small room. Let's see. It would be that. You see it supported by giant twisted shells. Don't see much really.
Okay. Is it just a window or is it a doorway?
That over there is a doorway with a door.
Okay. Can I try and...
Oh, the thing you're standing in front of is just more bars.
Oh, just more bars. Okay, gotcha. And yeah, looking around, no obvious way in.
Let me see here. I don't think there's an obvious way in.
Even if we swim like up and down a little bit.
On
Swim
this
up,
level,
we realize it
no.
has no roof.
But swimming down directly, you would find yourself here with an obvious entry into the structure.
I see. So, found the entrance.
Where did you go? You just disappeared.
He just swam down. This map is weird. It's like, hang on, let me grab you and show you. Yeah, didn't mean to
Okay.
drag you into the wall. There you are.
I see nothing.
There.
Oh, there I am. Okay. I was like, all I saw was Crapfin.
You just
I'm very
went down like
confused.
15 feet.
Oh,
This map
okay.
is weird. I'm sorry, it's just weird.
It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's just
some
very
maps are just
confused.
weird.
3D, baby.
Yep. There's an obvious entryway into the structure.
Should we get the others before we go in?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Would be as simple as like looking up. They're like 15 feet above you.
Look up, just gonna wave and say, "Do you want to come down here? Entrance is here," instead of having to peek in the windows.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
You swim all swim down there.
Yep.
Well,
Let me. Oh god. It moved while I grabbed you.
oh.
Yep. And missing Togo. There you go.
Okay, so did a little bit of scouting. Top floors barred in all directions. I didn't have a chance to look around on the right yet, since you found a door. But There is occupants. There is some form of merfolk, I think. Seemed a bit pale, but I don't know. And they just told us to leave. So, not sure what to make of that.
I mean,
Like an aggressive, you should leave, or just leave me alone. What the fuck are you doing at my house?
The second one felt more akin, like they were just disturbed by a presence more than angry. Just
Okay.
like,
we are,
can you not?
uninvited guests.
We're
So-
uninvited people walking around, quote unquote, on their lawn, yes. So,
Then maybe knock?
there's no door. I said hi, I tried to talk to him, but he just kept on
I mean,
shooting
down
at me.
here. We are in front of a door. Now.
This is just an entryway. There's no door.
Door.
Oh.
Isn't-
You see a door
Just a
all the
wall.
way in there.
Well, knock when we get to the next door. Do we want someone nicer than me and Crackshaw to talk in this one, maybe?
Yeah.
It's gonna be difficult because
Pretty
I think you're the only two who can.
Ow!
Communicate, yeah.
I need one more level.
Well,
Hmm.
I guess just be on alert in case they get real angry about us stepping on the doorstep or something. I don't know, something about this feels... No, I'm not gonna say it. Not gonna say it.
How does it feel?
It feels fishy.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
grumble,
Right.
grumble. Well, let's start investigating this place then.
Yeah. Since we're swimming, I'm not too worried about touching booby-trapped floor tiles or anything.
Yep.
Watch out for tripwires.
True, they could have set up tripwires. They would work
This
very
won't work.
effectively underwater.
I mean, warding sigils, setters,
Yeah.
depth charges and
Okay.
mines.
I know my critters, I know my people. Arcane stuff, not as strong in my suit.
That's a door, right?
Yep,
I
it
think he
is.
said that's a door, but it keeps curving around.
It does keep curving around.
Just gonna make sure we are, in fact... Oh, there's a carpet.
There is a carpet.
They have carpet? So, they have
It's
carpet.
Doggy.
Red carp for us.
Well,
Oh. This is...
at the top of a
There's a
smooth,
crack.
spiraling corridor is a domed chamber with a gallery above. The room is lit by magical light, which causes the pearls set into the... What the hell is this word? Architraves to glisten? What is an architrave?
Spell it out for us.
Spell
and
it
we
out.
can attempt-
Architraves.
Architraves.
Architrave? That's not a word familiar to me.
What is that? Well, either
is
way,
that?
there's
Yeah.
pearls in them and they glisten.
Oh, it's like the top of the...
The
Wood trims around a door
yeah.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
or window.
Dozens of
Google
tiny
is my
fish
friend.
flitter in shoals around the chamber, and crustaceans scuttle across the floor. The walls of the gallery above sport leering gargoyles with twinkling sapphire eyes.
Oh, it just goes all the way up to that second floor, huh?
Yep. And swimming down from that second floor is this figure.
Oh, cat. What did you just say? Okay.
Cats do be catting.
There you have it.
Huh.
Ah,
seems
welcome, welcome. Guests, come in, come in.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
No, she waves you in.
I just stay by the door for the moment. Hi, sorry,
Moen-
don't mean to
Follow.
intrude. Yeah.
No need to be shy, come in. And she just Well, aren't you an interesting thing? Swims up to you, just face inches from your face, big eyes leering at you.
Hello. Moen's
Big-
gonna just take off his hat, hold it for us. Pleasure to meet you.
Big eyes that never
apolo-
seem to shut. Ah, a pleasure. I'm Mei Ling. Nice to meet you. And she just grabs your fins and vigorously shakes them.
Nice to meet you. I'm Moen. Apologies
and you,
to.
interesting. Swims around you, Crackjaw. Just really in your personal space. Swims back.
Apologies. Puts the hat back on for intruding, but we've come on intriguing business where we've been investigating a lot of stuff that's been happening up in the surface world and under the surface as well.
Oh, have you? Have you? Tell me more. Tell me more.
There's been all sorts of pirate attacks both under and below the water. Sahagin have been attacking, who've been allying with other realmers. It's all been very chaotic.
Oh, interesting.
And a lot of people have gone missing around this area in particular, so we've just been investigating.
Do me an insight check real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Correct you as well, or just Merlin?
Just him.
Oh,
I
boy.
noticed everything. 1s and 20s, it's what I said.
The balance has begun.
You notice she looks kind of guilty.
She rolled a 1 as well and rolled lower, didn't she?
She also rolled a 1. Hilarious.
Oh,
Yay!
that means she has wisdom that's less than 2. Oh, that is
You
amazing.
know something about that?
Well, I might know, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I only did what I had to do.
Just
Okay.
takes a moment, just speaks into her mind. If this is against your will, just raise your left hand.
She raises her left hand. There isn't, like, anything else for me to feed on over here.
Oh,
It's not like I'm here by choice.
Where would you
Grab
be
some
if
holds
you
out
had
a
it?
soggy pastry.
She just recoils slightly.
Aww.
Perception checks all around.
Yeah.
Perception checks all around. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be great. Yeah, it's fine.
Overall, all above 10. All above 12 even.
Her flinching visage sports 2 very large canine teeth.
Mm-hmm.
She's fucking... No. How?
Underwater vampires. They don't need to breathe.
I've heard the stories about people theorizing that vampires will just live at the bottom of the ocean because there is so sunlight they don't need to breathe. It's just like you don't know what's at the bottom of the ocean because it's just vampires living their lives because no one can stop them.
Yeah, and sometimes they crush submarines.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Anyways.
And meat.
Yeah.
What? If you had the choice, where would you be?
I just slowly put my hand in front of Merwin and just push him back slightly.
Well,
Moen stays where he is.
maybe a comfortable tomb in, like, the middle of a forest somewhere? Plenty of food there.
Does she
So
just
why
have
don't
human
you go
legs?
there?
She does have human legs.
So why don't you go there, miss?
Well, I can't. Not with my coffin being here.
Merwin, you do realize, right?
Yeah. Doesn't stop me being Nice person.
No,
People don't
no.
ask for that to happen to them.
I know. I have to ask. I have to ask.
Was your coffin always here? Or was it moved
no, I
here?
was in delightful slumber for it must have been decades, centuries. Then I awake in this place, surrounded by water and fish and ravenously hungry.
Do you know who moved your coffin here?
No, I don't know.
No. We have a theory.
And I can't
Someone
move it.
seems
It's
to have
been
been-
enchanted. There's something watching it.
What's watching it?
Been enchanted.
Like, just enter her mind again. Is this left hand up if this is what's keeping you here?
What's with this left hand thing? Well,
Oh.
the thing, well, I could eventually maybe drag my coffin back to land if I knew in which way land was. Or, well, there's also the trouble with, like, trying to drag the coffin and then hoping it doesn't, like, open during the day. It's a whole thing. I can't really
Jesus.
get out of here.
What's keeping an eye on it? Or do you not know?
A swarm of animated skulls. I don't fancy
And
getting
they
bitten
are-
to death. There's so
Weirdly
many of them.
specific.
So, do you know what the interaction between Shatter and a bunch of animated skulls is like?
Well, that destroyed my coffin? That's counterproductive.
Oh yeah, bad idea, bad idea,
Yeah.
bad idea.
Yeah.
Ignore me. I mean, we can
Yes.
look into
Just-
it, maybe, because
Well, you can-
honestly,
This-
this seems related because seems to have been a lot of old things that were left sleeping have been woken up suddenly to cause some chaos to cover up for whatever he's actually doing.
Who's doing what? What's this about? It's not like I've got news over down here.
Have you had any visits from Sahagan, pirates, or a Kraken in the last few weeks?
No, besides my occasional snack, the only other creature I've met is a lovely, well, there's two, a lovely little eel. He's a lovely fellow, and in a moment of weakness, I made a thrall out of a passing merman.
Ah, that's the
Ah.
man who said hi in the window.
We've fallen out somewhat. I think he might be mad at me for, the whole thrall
him.
thing.
Yeah.
Can I? This might be a personal question for a vampire, but where are you from before?
Well, if I knew where I was, I could tell you, but I don't really know.
You don't know where you're from?
Well, I do know where I'm from, but I don't know whether it's in relation to here. There was this, lovely little kingdom, probably fallen by now.
Don't you say it? So,
I didn't...
Apparently, we're in the middle of the ocean, as you could probably tell.
Yeah, I figured as much. The ocean where, though?
the Sword Coast of Faerun, if that's any detail that makes sense.
No, that doesn't ring a bell.
I was thinking, that's exactly it, Togo. I was waiting for it. I mean, we have a wonderful scholar with us. Perhaps they've heard of this city. What was it called?
maybe if I saw a map or something, I could trace the topography of the land to tell you where I'm from.
Don't remember the name of the city or the country or any details.
I'm quite a bit older than I appear, so whatever was there might not make any sense to you now.
Like I said, we have a well-versed scholar.
A map. Because
I don't really want to bring up.
I don't
the
think
map
we'd
out underwater.
have. Yeah.
If you've got an air pocket somewhere that we can open it up in, certainly, but
No. Let's see here, what are they calling it these days?
well, what was it called originally?
I mean, it may indeed mean nothing to any of us here.
Probably. But
Well,
there's a
there was
chance.
this kingdom near the Dragon Wall by the Sholong Empire. Does that ring any bells? And seas, well, there's the Yellow Sea, the Celestial Sea. Any of that ring a bell?
Does it?
Does it?
No.
No.
Oh.
It's me.
I'm a little concerned that I just realized looking through my sheet. Guess what cracked your strongest skill is?
And what is his strongest skill?
It's fucking history. His strongest skill is history.
Roll me history with disadvantage.
Watch the duality of man. Watch the duality of
Well,
man.
well. Well, you've heard of the Dragon Wall, you think? Far, far to the east of Thay, an empire once built a wall spanning the length of an entire desert, arresting its growth. But that's like leagues and leagues and leagues away from here. Like the entirety of the length of the Sword Coast, north to south, sideways, 2 times at least.
Would you be surprised to know? Does Sol know this?
Is geography something that Sol has, like, researched in her past?
Not really.
Yeah. It's very specific knowledge.
Apparently. I don't know. How did history become his strongest path?
I don't know.
It's just... I don't know if it makes no sense, but there you go.
Yep.
Well, do you want the good news or the bad news?
Any news will be fine, I think.
Well, the good news is, I know what you're talking about.
Oh,
Roughly.
excellent.
The bad news is, you are a very, 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 very far away from home.
Oh.
To the point I'm not even certain how they got you here, without you noticing. Do you remember the coast far to the west of the Dragon Wall? Far, far to the west.
Beyond the Great Desert, beyond the upstarting kingdoms over there, just beyond there?
Way to the west. You are very, very far away from home.
That is...
And
That is quite
very
unexpected.
concerning. You have definitely been put here for a purpose. Did you have anyone back home who would want you displaced?
Not really, with the kingdom I came from long gone, and
You're
don't-
still here.
don't see why
Maybe there was
anyone...
another like you who would possibly.
Maybe. Possibly.
Hmm.
Hmm.
More importantly, who would know enough about you from so long ago that they would know about
I
both your
don't...
condition?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Were you a particularly affluent individual in your time? Someone record-worthy,
Hmm.
even?
A recluse, more like. Dabbled a little bit in swordsmanship, but nothing too amazing or anything. Don't possess great riches. Hmm. But I do slumber rather deeply, so perhaps someone exhumed my tomb and stole my coffin away and then maybe sold it to someone or something. That's the only explanation I could possibly come up with how I ended up all the way over here.
Wait. How long ago did you wake up? Has it been a few weeks, a few months, a few years, a few decades, centuries?
No, I haven't been here that long. But it's so hard to tell passage of time down here, I can't really say.
Hmm.
But it has not been a long time.
So it's not likely there was originally the merfolk collecting you to put you here.
The only merfolk I've met is the unfortunate soul that I, in a moment of weakness, transformed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want us to set him free, so to speak?
I think he would rather harshly object to that.
Well,
At least he can drain the fish, I can't do that.
Oh. If we were to take a look at your coffin, would that immediately cause all the skulls to...
If you're careful, you can look
Yeah,
in.
angry.
I've done so. Just swims over here. Excuse me? Pushes open a wall. Pretend she swam in and pushed up another one. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh.
I've got the gem going, so maybe I'll see something that wouldn't normally be seen.
Mm.
See
And what
here.
does Merwin see, looking at it from an enchanting perspective
Well,
type thing?
looking through that corridor in there, you see a chamber with a, odd-looking coffin. Let's see here. Hmm. The chamber is lined every surface with skulls.
Alright. Gonna take a quick look. I mean, I can. Moen, do you mind if I take a peek? I just need to. Without getting too close in case I set them off. How close can you get before they get agitated?
I wouldn't get too close, they get rather bitey.
They don't do anything weird, they just bite.
Well, if you try and get to the coffin, they do quite a bit more than that, but yes.
How so?
They swarm, they chew, they bite.
So,
Hmm.
if I was to bait them out, do they ever leave the chamber or do they refuse to leave?
They stay close.
Stay close. So we can't bait them out into the open for Sol to just vaporize them with, what did you say it was, shatter?
There is another way into that chamber up in the corridor to the north, if you want to take a look from there.
Question.
Yeah.
Do you know how heavy it is? The coffin?
Oh, quite heavy.
Do you
I'm
know
just-
exactly?
Yep,
Probably a few £100 at least.
at least, yes. Plus the, soil of the homeland, but don't mention that.
Yep, Sol's gonna cast Detect Magic, just trying to figure out, like, what these skulls are.
The skulls are... enchantment,
Okay.
and the coffin is... magical with... Where is it? Does it tell me which kind of magic this is?
Necromancy and abjuration.
A ward. What would a ward be?
Abjuration.
Abjuration.
Yeah, abjuration then.
Looking at it and judging by the size of it, do you reckon it would fit in the bag of holding? Or the hat of holding?
It might. It might. You could. It would be close, but it might. That would be one way to get it, but there's still the problem of the skulls.
Everyone.
The idea would have
ever-
been to dimension door out with it. But
I think it's
it might
bit
exceed my
heavy,
carrying capacity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I do have a dumb idea.
just cast
Only
reduce
one?
on it and then put it away.
Just the one?
I could swim in, shove it in the bag of holding. I've got a decent little bit of tin can to me, so it should be fairly tricky for them to damage me.
I mean, I've got a little bit more tin can, and I've got a bit more flesh on my bones to take a few nibbles.
But I can then put it in the bag of holding, which would then
mean, I
give
can-
Sol free reign to fireball or shatter or
Not
whatever.
fireball. Not
I
fireball
could also-
underwater.
Yeah.
But
I could probably just take the hat off you and do the same thing. And it means you don't get nibbled to death. I don't mind a few bites if it comes to it, but it does bear the thought. If we put the coffin into an alternate dimension, will that cause the skulls to no longer function? Will it just completely eradicate the problem that way? Or will they chase after the coffin into the hat? Or will they chase after the hat?
That I do not know.
I'm a lot of things, but an arcanist is not my strong suit.
Other question that I have from
Shoot.
looking at the skulls. Do I think they can see invisible things?
would depend on the enchantment.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she probably would have tried that, so she would know.
Yeah.
Hang on. We absolutely would have tried that. Because of course.
Hmm.
Let me quickly take a look at these boys. That's the wrong sheet. Damn it. I get the feeling they can feel the displacement of the current if you pass
Mhm.
undetected. Well,
Gotcha.
I mean, if worst comes to worst, I can defend myself with the old brain matter as well.
Up to you, but I think if we've got no
Honestly-
better idea,
If worst
Merwin-
comes to worst, I think
Merwin
I'd rather
with-
be the one taking the hits.
Merwin with blur on himself.
Can you cast that on others?
Self only, unfortunately.
Bother. That would have been real good.
Mm-hmm.
More importantly, can you put it in the hat without lifting it?
I mean, I reckon so.
I think you just put the hat over the top of it. I'm not even sure if it would fit in the mouth of that thing. How wide does your hat stretch?
Again, question that Mo would know the answer because he's used it to transport lumber and other various bits and pieces.
Yeah, he just holds
Himself
it and
as well.
shoves the hat in,
Yeah.
and it'll work, usually, if there's enough room.
So yeah, there should be enough room. If you want me to try it, I'm down.
I don't want you taking hits if you don't need to. You're kind of important to the ship.
So are you. Shush.
Yeah, but I'm
Me with
expending
blow on
more
myself is
feet.
probably our best chance. We've got Sol on deck to blast them all. We've got Crapford on by if things go tits up and I need healing.
Oh, look at the little cute little guys.
Look at them.
Yep.
It's just a
If
happy
people
little
have
guy.
other ideas, I'm down to listen. But so far, it seems like a fairly solid one.
I'm gonna
Now,
poke at Cracker
this-
and just point
this
at my head.
Hmm? Oh. Hmm.
And it reads my hand.
Oh, I can only do that like once for a minute, but yes, I could give it a go. Does she speak Common, by the way?
I think she
I'm assuming
does.
she speaks. Okay. Several millennia and Common has not changed a beat. Good to know.
It might be archaic common.
Alright, so how does this work? I can use it once every long rest. Alright. I
What
guess
exactly are
I'll-
you planning?
He wants me to read his thoughts.
I need to
So I
communicate.
guess I can do it for 1 minute for once a day, so...
Can we not speak if we've got the water breathing potion? Or not?
No,
Ah,
whether speaking underwater is a different skill.
Yeah, just been like shorthanding it that
Miming.
Crackjaw is relaying everything
Crackjaw
everyone else is
translates,
saying.
Actually, no, I can
I
speak
thought you
into
had
their
it on
minds, but
this
they
whole time,
can't
that's why
speak
I was
to me.
doing it.
No. I can only do it for 1 minute.
Well, what's the idea?
And what do you
Ask
relay?
her if we could shoot them from here, one by one, just to reduce the numbers.
Oh, okay, good idea. Have you tried whittling their numbers down from a distance?
I have not.
I mean,
Well then.
if they refuse to leave the room, then this would be a perfect opportunity to test. Tongo, this is your specialty. And I guess Moen, if you think you can pick him off from here.
Okay, okay.
I think
Roll
if
me
that's going to
initiative,
happen, I think
please.
Merwin wants to be in front.
Yeah.
Oh, bother.
They've got a protocol that if they get attacked from outside the room, they go, you know what, fuck you. Do they click my character?
Dang it.
Wow, they rolled okay. Now, what about stupid guys? They just want a hug with teeth.
We're missing Wes. Oh, and her. Why can't I... Oh, there. I need to be on the right layer. There we go. Okay, that's sort. Togo, yep. The skulls detach from the wall, but not really. A copy of them detaches from the wall.
Oh,
They duplicate.
And there's now a swarm of skulls over the coffin. You get the feeling they might be heading your way.
yeah, let's do this thing.
Okay, both of those hit, I believe.
Not one of these small. Nice.
Okay, yeah. You scatter the skulls.
I don't know if that hits.
Well, your tentacle swipes where the skulls used to be. And there are currently no other skulls but the ones on the wall.
To break every single skull.
Well, that didn't seem to work.
Well, it doesn't seem to be leaving.
Well, if you're backing me up and she just is in there, starts chopping away at the skulls. What does this do again? Oh yeah.
Slip, slip. Oh, she has a great sword. Very nice.
Okay, no crits, so that's fine. Right. On the turn, the swarm reforms with a fresh new copy of the wall. Let's see here. Well, there's someone in here. So they all swarm around her and start biting her. Does this token have the right name? Because it would be embarrassing if it didn't. Well, let's hope so. Well,
I mean, she's been called vampire this whole time, so I'm sure she's fine. Swarm of quippers.
Yep, that's just... it's embarrassing.
It's fine. We know what they are.
A swarm of skulls,
They're
but they use this thing. What? Why can't I change the name of the token if it doesn't affect the bloody... Roll 20. Crackjaw, you're up.
Jesus, they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they do a lot of bites. They're not sturdy, but they do a lot of bites.
Well, she just rushed in there, so... 5, 10, 15, 20...
There's skulls all around them, there's skulls all over the walls.
Actually... 5, 10, 15, 20, 25... So I can get here. Let's start with a flashbang. And angle it. Where's the tool? Or cone?
If you wanna flashbang the active swarm, it's not gonna be possible because they're like all around her. I just put them slightly to the side so I can still click her token.
Her.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You could flashbang the wall though.
yeah, that was the other plan. I was gonna try and flashbang the wall for maximum efficiency. So like that, I guess.
Okay.
Just to test. I didn't push the button. Flashbang.
Well, it's an auto hit because they can't really dodge. 12 psychic, eh? Okay, okay. Right, anything else you want to do?
Did anything respond in any way?
That is a good question.
I can only do that once, but can I swat at the fuckers on her without hitting her?
Yes.
Okay, I'll attempt to swat.
Yep, that's a hit. Let's see here. Let's see. 7, eh? Okay, yep, they're still around. They're still plentiful.
So they're not classified as an object. Good to know. I guess just add a little bit of extra oomph. There we go.
Okay, okay. So that's
Try and whittle down their numbers a little bit. if
okay. Yeah,
nothing
they're
else.
now very thinned out.
Okay. Good to know. That's, let's see, actions.
That would be
bonus
magical,
action.
wouldn't
I
it?
think so.
No, not you.
Oh. I don't suppose I can yoink them away from her with the because there's just a
I guess you
there's a-
could, because they're like count as a creature, as an entire entity, so it's not like the different fish. Skulls? Sorry?
I don't know, can I just...
Yeah, you can pull them, I guess, but they would be on your square.
Yeah,
you
if they're on
succeed.
me, it's better than being on her.
Strength save. Oh, they
They're
say.
fine, they're still there. Yeah,
Soul,
and
you're
that's
up.
Dang it. Am I me just randomly clicking the wrong thing? Let's scoot in just a little bit so I can see.
Yep.
Okay, I don't want to hit her. I'm gonna just fire a magic missile at the clump of skulls that are attacking her.
Yep. That is enough. You disperse them. Anything else you want to do?
Just, well, I have to back up a little bit so other people can get in.
Yep. Grab them.
Well, how injured does she look?
Not very, and you're not sure your ministrations will work. Since
Then
she
there
doesn't
is
really eat
little I can do.
pastries. Alright.
Then I'm just gonna walk back
Okay.
and be like, my job is done.
Wes.
Did you bardic inspire her?
You didn't want my pastries, so no.
Indeed.
Okay. Fair.
Can't actually see anyone.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
currently no visible enemies, but there is a chamber that seems to be generating skulls, with skulls embedded in the walls and ceiling and floor. And the
Sure.
friendly vampire lady is slicing away at the said skulls.
Yeah, I'll just prepare an action to sweep up any skulls.
Okay. Merwin. Any ideas? Merwin is muted, I presume.
Confidently muted. Main plan still to get the coffin out.
Okay, go for it.
So I don't think I can quite reach the coffin. So I'm just gonna action dash.
Yep.
Whoop. And just start. Is just gonna take the hat off and prepare to put it in the hat next turn.
Alright. And that's the top of a new round, and I think we can leave it there for today. With the conundrum of the skulls. I suppose.
Girlfriends! Yay!
Are you designing the session ends just to fuck with Tom Brady?
It's just...
Possibly.
Ancient Chinese vampires.
Well,
Hmm.
goodbye, stream.
Goodbye, stream.